What's up, my dudes? It's Wednesday, my dudes? He asks, questioningly. Is it Wednesday? I've lost track of time this week. I think it's Wednesday, right? Yes, I opened up my vault. Yep, Wednesday. How's everyone doing? Oh man, we had a few technical difficulties. I had to delay the stream by like 15 minutes because I was just absolutely stumped with my OBS. It wasn't picking up any audio. So like, it picked up my mic alright, that was fine. So at least people could hear me, but didn't pick up any like, it didn't pick up WoW, didn't pick up my like Google Chrome. It wasn't picking up my Discord, which is going to be semi-important in a few minutes or so. Like I was just absolutely stumped. I was going through all the OBS settings, like kind of like losing my mind. Like, why did I leave it till the last second to start the stream? Because usually it always works. So you know, I didn't have an issue. Turns out that I just had my my audio, like OBS audio, muted in the volume settings. Like, I don't know why. I don't know when I would ever press that, but it was a thing. So cool. Thank you. So we got that sorted out. Yeah, a little bit of delay. I do apologize. So, what's in store for us today? M+, yeah, but this time with a little bit of a twist. Now, for the past month even, you've been watching me suffer trying to get into dungeon groups. It's been absolute hell on earth getting, you know, declined on the PTR because of Windwalker syndrome. Well, today, I'm going in with my guild. So we've got a guild group. Predominantly, it's because when the Season 2 actually officially drops, so not like next week when there's like literally nothing to do. I got story mode, I guess. You can do story mode and some delves. When Season 2 actually drops, we've got like a full-on, like, I'm waking up at like 7 AM in the morning to just do Mythic Plus all day. So we're getting a bit of prep in there. So like a few people in my guild have like been on the PCR here and there, but they're trying to get some actual practice in on some of these dungeons before they go live because we want to get as good as gear as possible in that starting day before we delve into heroic, which is going to be fun, but also like, yeah, there's going to be so much WoW on that Wednesday, like in 2 weeks. I don't know if I'm going to stream from 7 in the morning because I don't know what sort of what sort of conversations I'm going to be able to hold at that time. Maybe after a coffee or two. I think maybe I'll do I might do a stream for Mythic Plus in the morning, where I'm just going everything, having like a bit of fun here and there with my dungeon group. Then maybe take a break midway through the day, and then start another stream where we go through all of the heroic splits. So, the idea, I think, is we're trying to get 7 out of 8 on all 3 of our characters. So that's 3 entire heroic runs worth. That's a lot of monk content. So I'll be trying out different builds there on the different characters. I'll probably try out like the better builds on my main, so this character you're looking at right now. And then probably try like the alternative single target or area build on my like secondary monk. And then everybody gets to watch me suffer in my demon hunter. But we'll leave that till last. Unless he's first. I don't really know how the splits line up. At some point there's going to be a demon hunter in the mix. And yeah, that's going to be something. I haven't even looked at demon hunter patch notes. Are they doing good? Are they in a good spot right now? Hello, I just wanted to pop up to thank you again for these videos and content. Really helpful in learning the game. I enjoy watching your videos. Oh, thanks, Adria. I appreciate that. I'm currently in the process of making my Season 2 guide, to be honest. I started work on that this week. Better late than never, I guess. Yeah, it's a ton of work. It's why I'm really only streaming once this week. Like, the PTR is going to be going on for the entire week, right? But I decided that I need to put a lot of time into this video. Like, I'm still in, like, the script writing stages, right? Oh, no, scripted content? What? Surprise? No. Yeah, I'm in the script. Like, there's so much to go over. I can talk about it a little bit, to be honest. Like, I haven't even thought about the video editing process. I've got a busy week ahead of me. But luckily, I'm not raiding at all. We're getting, like, 1 week grace period off of raiding on live and stuff. So I can put a lot of time into this where I have it. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Leonardo. I appreciate it. Great name, by the way. Hey, what's up with your eye level? I see I'm Wildhead, end of dungeon. Loot max is 662. Yeah, so eye level, if you're looking at this, it's all over the place. It's because I've got a mix of, like, PTR gear, I guess, which is at 730. For the most part, anyway. Like, some things are 6, 7, 8. 730 is not a real eye level, right? You're not going to get gear like that. The PTR is all over the place with eye level. I really wouldn't take this for Like, I wouldn't take this as realistic. Like, the PTR is just absolutely all over the place. As well as that, I'm using some older gear, so stuff from Season 1. The thing with the PTR is when you go into a raid on the PTR, or a dungeon on the PTR, you get scaled to what Blizzard say is the appropriate eye level you should be for that dungeon. So if you do like a 2, I think it was 630 something, whereas if you do like a 10, I want to say you're in like the 665 range or something. That's what they like give you. So anything on the screen that's eye level related, don't worry about. The only thing you should really care about is the items for the most part. Because what I've tried to do on the PTR is get like the best representative items that the Sims are saying are going to be the best for Windwalker. So what I mean by that is mainly focus on the rings, the trinkets, the set pieces, and the weapon. Stuff like the wrists and neck and stuff are just kind of more like stat sticks that I'm using to try get the best stats for the character at the moment. As well as that, I take a focus at this little thing over here, which may look a little bit different to what your stat weights are on live. And that's because it's going to be a haste mastery tier, or even more so, a mastery haste tier. Mastery got such a good buff, not compared, but like on top of that, Celestial Conduit is also like going to be pretty much used in all content, and it goes really well with Mastery. That Mastery is just skyrocketed in value. So these stat weights aren't like perfect, but they're like a kind of a good representation of what you're probably going to be having in Season 2. Whereas Crit and Verse, you can see are like almost non-existent. You got a little bit of it, but like realistically, yeah, you're not going to be hunting items with Crit and Verse. Let's just put it that way. Will I do another rotation spells video for the new season? I absolutely will. That's going to be part of the Season 2, and yeah, it's a lot more complex than I thought it was going to be. So that's going to be like one section, so we'll go through things like all the changes coming to Windwalker. Like I'm trying to structure it in like a way that kind of everything kind of links up. Harder than it sounds, but yeah, so it's going to look at like changes, then maybe some additional talents for the actual monk tree, but there's not too much to talk about there, to be honest, because not much changed. Gear, stats, consumables, enchants, sockets, all that jazz is going to be spoken about. Tier sets, weapons, you know, basically kind of similar structure to the Season 1 comprehensive guide thing. The main thing that's going to be missing is like the fundamentals that I had at the start of that video, because there's no point really rehashing that. I'd just basically I'd pretty much just copy and paste what I have in that and put it there. In terms of like rotation and stuff though, just from like, so doing a lot of like work into this and getting help from Pique Serenity, the people that work there as well, like, or like, I say work, but like, I don't think they're paid to do it. The people that just like theorycraft and stuff, they've been a lot of help recently. Shadowpan's looking like very similar, but what I'm concerned about is Conduit the Celestial, and I'm not concerned in the fact that like it's bad. Like Conduit's going to be what you want to be taking, but I'm concerned about how much you actually might have to learn for Conduit. Like, there's a lot of things you have to take into account rotation and priority wise. Like there's a priority that's going to be for outside of your Heart of the Jade Serpent window and inside of your Heart of the Jade Serpent window, and then as well as that, like that's for AoE and single targets. So suddenly you're having to learn like 4 different priority lists based on if you're in a window or not, on top of an opener. Like it's a lot, but like you kind of need to know it because it's really important to have the priorities down for each window or non-window, whereas Shadowpan's just kind of like the same with a couple of reshufflings here and there. Yeah, so that's only my concern as well is how do I do this rotation across in a way that doesn't absolutely terrify people that aren't familiar with Conduit and like be like a massive explosion of you have to do these 4 different priorities, because at the end of the day I need to showcase that, right? Like you need to know it, but at the same time I don't want to scare people off Conduit because you kind of want to be playing it like it's good. Yeah, I don't know. That's going to take some thinking, but yeah, just some food for thought there. It's not as scary as it sounds, but like if I'd never played Conduit and then I suddenly got like 4 different priority lists for how you play it during situations, I'd be a bit like, oh, you know what I mean? But it's not that bad because I playtest a lot of Conduit. And like yeah, like playing Conduit, you can play it, but I like to say it is with Conduit, you get the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, whereas Shadowpan's really consistent. So like Conduit, if you get it perfectly, you get all the priority right, you get your windows lined up correctly, you're going to be like skyrocketing. Like the burst is insane. But if you mess up here and there, you misalign some cooldowns, you don't hold Fist of Fury for a certain amount of time, a certain like cooldowns, because that's going to actually be a thing with Conduit, you'll have like the lowest of lows, if that makes sense. And it might feel bad at first trying to learn Conduit, but you kind of need to. Like in dungeons at the moment, Shadowpan and Conduit are very on par with each other. Like there's a few builds for both, they're little variations you can go for either or, and they're very competitive. I'd probably say Shadowpan will be the more consistent one, because like you don't really rely too much on your like big cooldowns for Shadowpan. The damage is just nice and consistent. Whereas Conduit I can see being like, you mess up, or maybe your tank doesn't pull like packs appropriate, or your cooldowns don't line up to the best packs and things like that. It's like, it's very hit and miss. But in Raid, however, Conduit is looking better, so you are going to want to take in Conduit to Raid for the most part. And then if you don't know the priority list, you're going to feel like, why am I playing Conduit? This feels bad. But I don't know. They're just kind of my thoughts on it. I'll try, once I've written them out on a Word document, they'll sound a bit better than that. But those are just kind of my initial thoughts on the priority listing and stuff. How is Windwalker in Season 2? No, don't be scared, William. No, it's not that scary, I promise. It's just, it's a bit of learning. Like, that's generally just how it is in WoW. But I'd say there's a fair bit of learning. I don't know how other specs are for, like, priorities and stuff. But yeah, there's going to be a bit of, like, target dummy practice. You'll be on the target dummies for a while. I tell you that. How's Windwalker in Season 2? It's good. It's fun. Like, how does it compare to other specs? It's hard to tell because there's still tuning coming in, right? I mean, I'm probably sure that you've seen about 50 different tier lists on YouTube right now, each with a different position for Windwalker Monk. At the end of the day, just like, tier lists are tier lists, right? Like, you gotta take them with a grain of salt. I really wouldn't worry too much about a tier list, unless Windwalker's an S+, in which case that's the best tier list. No, I'm kidding. We're fun. We've got some of the best burst profiles in the game with Conduit the Celestial. The downside to Conduit the Celestial is outside of your burst profile, your damage is a little bit low. But like in terms of like resources and stuff, compared to Season 1, you'd find here and there that you'd have these periods of resource like drain. I think you know what I mean if you played a fair bit of like Windwalker in Season 1, where you'd have like low energy, low chi, and you're kind of in this like area where you're like, oh no, I have nothing to press right now. That's not really a thing in Season 2. Like very rarely do you have those situations, especially with Conduit. You have so much like resource gain off of the hero talent. It's really nice. It's really nice. At some points you feel like you have too much to press, like way too much to press. You might also notice I've got this little new icon here that I didn't have before. This is Jade Ignition. I haven't had a Jade Ignition tracker in about a year. Like, you didn't really use it for Season 1. Like, you could have, but it was, like, kind of unnecessary. Basically, when you Fist of Fury, this talent ramps up to 30, right? And usually, like, in Season 1, it didn't matter too much, because you'd be spinning crane kicking, like, all the time, and Fist of Fury was on a relatively longer cooldown. But, like, with Conduit and stuff, you're getting a lot more Fist of Furies out. This can ramp up to 30 quite quickly. And if you leave it at 30 and you aren't spinning crane kicking when it's at 30 and you're not gaining stacks, that can be kind of bad, because you want to be popping this at 30 or before. Like, it's not a strict 30, because you're spinning crane kick when you're on 2 Chi-Ji stacks, right? But if you're on, like, 1 Chi-Ji stack and this is at 30 for some reason, like you've been Fist of Furying out the wazoo, you don't want to then Fist of Fury again before you proc this. Otherwise, you just... I like to say stealing damage from yourself for a lot of these things. Like in my macro video, I use that term a fair bit as well. Like with Fist of Fury, when you cancel it, you're basically just stealing damage for yourself. It's kind of the same thing. And this is a Heart of the Chi-Ji tracker. These trackers are all like really basic right now. I'm sure they'll be integrated into Luxthos, and if they're not, there'll be about like 100 of them on weakhorrors.org. They're tracking all of these things. These are just like home-cooked, awful PTR trackers that I have right now, because they're not baked into anything I really have. And honestly, all the Heart of the Serpent ones I found on Weak Horrors were all for Mistweaver monks. There was no real one for a Windwalker to have. So these are all like, what do I call them? They're like make your own Weak Horror with like the pre-made auras. They're just basic trackers for them. But it's going to be super fundamental to be tracking Heart of the Jade Serpent. You have to for conduit. You'll need something that isn't in the top right of your corner in a very small icon that shows you when you're in your window, because it matters so much. Jade ignition maybe not as important, but I like tracking things. I'm a bit of a tracker. I like having all of these icons that kind of like show me uptime and stuff like that. And then slicing winds as well. This will just be this will be hot baked into Luxthos, I guarantee it. But at the moment it's not. And I always find that when I had this button over here, I could like rarely see it. So I just made a massive icon and was like, yep, that's good to go. Cook that in. But yeah, final PTR stream. I'm excited to do some M+ with some guildies. I was doing some last night, actually. You might see here. This is fake damage, by the way. I've been hitting target dummies. It might look like I'm absolutely cracked out of my mind, but it was more like on par with these guys. I was at the top, though, guys. Trust me. Yeah, it'll be good. We're doing some keys last night, and like the damage difference when you're in a group of like pre-mage you can talk to, and compared to a pug group where like you wipe a lot and pulls aren't like as like thought out, is insane. Like it actually is night and day. So that's kind of cool. What is the time? Oh, it's 4. I need to do keys. So I'm gonna join the Discord now. So for this stream, I'm probably gonna have like what I would usually do for raid, right? I'll have people in the Discord. We'll talk here and there, maybe communicate about keys. I'm probably not gonna mute it as much because there'll only be like three or 4 of us max, rather than 20 people just yapping the whole time. But yeah, it's just like for communication purposes. I actually want to like talk to people. Let me get this set up. I don't want to see tier lists. I like Windwalker, but I'm scared that I don't get invited to keys. Yeah, I mean, it's a concern, isn't it? But like, you gotta think, there's a lot of specs that actually aren't invited to keys because everybody's meta-brained, right? Like, Shadow Priests are pretty much in the same boat. Warriors, I know you don't get invited to keys. A lot of, like, healers that aren't Resto Shaman wouldn't be invited to keys, right? Like, it's not just Windwalker. People are just meta-brained. If you're not, like, the top 3 DPS specs for that season, then it just is what it is. So, like, you might switch to like Shadow Priest or something because you like the playstyle. You find the exact same situation. People will see Shadow Priest and be like, "Ooh, I don't know about that," because you got to remember you've got like at the same time you're queuing up. There's like an Enhancement Shaman and a Frost DK and like all these other ones queuing up as well. I just form my own groups usually on live, because I generally don't play Mythic Plus with like guildmates and stuff. I will next season, but like this season entirely I didn't. Everything was done through pugs, and it was usually always my own key. Then you don't have your 20-minute wait, right? They're also adding like a thing in Mythic Plus this season where if you get, I think it's if you get all +12s, your keystone can't drop below a +12, which is really cool. But then you do have to take in consideration that a +12 in Season 2 is currently easier than a +10 in Season 1. I think the scaling's like a +10 in Season 1 right now is 139%, like, health and damage or whatever. In Season 2, I'm pretty sure it's 133, because they did this, like, massive nerf of Mythic Plus. Which is fine, because Mythic Plus is, like, exponential. You can go as high as you want at the end of the day, so it's not, like, bad. But you just need to be aware that 12s are going to be about the equivalent to a 10. So don't be scared of 12s. Don't be scared of 12s, they're fine. It's what most people do on the PTR actually now. 10s are basically 8s, right? And 8s aren't that bad. Yes, I am from the UK. How could you tell? Yo, Spooks, what's up? How's the tooth? Did we get that sorted at the dentist? That did not sound fun. I'm just sat in this Discord on my own. I did say 5 server time. It is 8, but this is a fake server time. Still waiting for them to call me back. Yikes. That's not good. What did you... that's bad. Yeah, I'm not going to start my own key because I know the moment I do, that's when people will join this Discord. So if you have any questions about Season 2, I'll be happy to answer. Ask anything you want. About anything, honestly. I mean, I'm in quite the mindset at the moment because I've just been script writing for this video, right? So pretty much everything is on the top of my mind. Got a question about gear? Go for it. Got a question about rotation? Yeah, don't ask those ones. You'll freak yourself out. No, I'm kidding. How's the Demon Hunter going to... No, there's a Windwalker channel. You can't ask that. I have no idea. I don't even know what the Demon Hunter changes are in 11.1. I really need to look at them. I mean, of course I'm going to pump damage, right? I mean, like, that goes without saying, but, yeah. I don't even know. I've heard that Demon Hunters are in a weird place where you don't even go Fell Scarred anymore. On tank, at least, right? And that sounds crazy to me, because I played a lot of Demon Hunter tank, leveling up and stuff, and trying to get into groups to level my character, because no one accepts my white M+ score Demon Hunter. I mean, they don't even accept me now that I have an orange score in Demon Hunter. They're just, you know, I'm blacklisted from WoW, but that's fine. I don't know. I think that's crazy to me. Like, I don't know how they're going to get aggro. I'd be terrified if I had a Demon Hunter tank and I'm playing Windwalker, because we're quite good at aggro stealing now in Season 2, especially with Slicing Winds. You're going to have to be really careful with this, especially on pull, because it does massive damage. And if ads are a bit spread out and your tank can't, like, instantly grab aggro of everything, and you hit them with a Slicing Wind, you are getting sent straight back to the start of the dungeon, I promise you. You are just going to get absolutely one-shot, because it is just a massive amount of damage. So this is probably the scariest for stealing aggro at the moment. Like, obviously not, like, 5 or 10 seconds into the pull. Like, well, let's say 5 seconds into a pull, you'd be fine, right? But, like, if your tanks just start to group up things, it's it's a scary one to press. You just need to be careful, I think. Yeah. Is there a macro, so if I cast Fist of Fury and I press, for example, Blackout Kick normally, it cancels my Fist of Fury, but can I make a macro so it casts fully even though I press another ability? Ah, Bob, you are asking the perfect person for that. I actually have a macro video on my channel that I made a week or two ago that has the exact macro you're looking for. And you can, if you go on the video and you don't have to watch it, you can just scroll down to the description. I've got a channel cancel macro that you can put on every one of your abilities that you would have that situation with. So let me, how do I get Blizzard edit mode up? You can see, like, over here, all my spells on my hidden action bar. You can see that they're all macros, right? So you've got Bok, Rising Sun Kick, Spinning Crane Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch, Strike of the Windlord, Fist of Fury, Tiger Pump. All of these run the exact same macro, this stop macro for channeling Fist of Fury. It also does it for Spinning Crane Kick. You don't want to be cancelling Spinning Crane Kick. And it also does it for Crackling Jade Lightning, because this is going to be relevant for Season 2, right? And you don't want to be cancelling it. It's very hard to cancel Crackling Jade Lightning with another ability, because the cast is really fast when you stack it up. The most likely thing you're going to do with Crackling Jade Lightning to cancel it is moving, right? So you're like Crackling Jade, and then you might move slightly, and you suddenly lost your entire 20 stack damage Crackling Jade Lightning. It feels atrocious. So you need to make sure that your feet are planted before you press that button. I'm not actually sure if you get knocked back by something, if that cancels it actually, but maybe I need to test that. But you moving yourself will absolutely cancel this, and you will feel awful, because when you go the Crackling Jade Lightning build, which I like doing with Shadowpan, so these two talents right here, a lot of your damage comes from this. You are going to feel so bad. So that's just something to be aware of. You can't Crackling Jade Lightning whilst moving. But the channel is, like, really quick. Oh my god, thank you for the donation, Shu. I appreciate it. I like the piece of pie image as well. I don't know if you selected that, but that's cool. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Very kind. What's the difference between polearm and two-handed weapons? Polearm is a two-handed weapon. So at the moment on the PTR, let me get this nice little image up. I don't have access to, like, the best in slot two-handed weapon. So realistically, this one that I'm using right now is actually not what you're going to be taking for Season 2. I mean, if you get right, when I say not taking for season 2, what I mean is your best in slot, right? Like, let's say your max level in season 2, like your max item level, this is not what you'd be running, really, if you had other options. At the start of the season, these things aren't as, like, set in stone, right? Because you're still gearing up. Like, item level's going to be more important. So, two-handers are polearms. Polearms are two-handers, and these are, like, predominantly the two-handers you'll use as a Windwalker monk. Two-handers are going to eventually, like, be the best in slot weapon for Windwalker. There's, like, some caveats to it, right? Like, at the start of the season, there is technically going to be one two-handed weapon at 639 item level that's going to be better than, the two one-handers that you might have now. And that's the one from Arakara, City of Echoes. It's the Erudiction or something from the last boss. That is technically on paper the only two-handed weapon you use at 639 the moment the season goes live. However, as you go forward, you know, you can use two-handers to an extent. They're better at single target damage, and then they're going to fall off eventually. And if you're using single-handed weapons as well, you'll be running dual threat because they like work well with each other. Once you get to two-handers, you're not running dual threat because you don't auto-attack as much. So your chance to actually get this proc is... It just works out as being a kind of a bad talent to take, and you'd switch this with Zorn's Bond. Specifically for Conduit, you'd switch between... no, not Conduit. Specifically for Shadowpen, you'd switch between these two. Yeah. And yeah, so two-handers will eventually be better. Like, at the end of the day, two-handers are going to be better for AoE situations in all, like, content eventually. They just it's a mix of things. Like, they scale better. As well as that, you won't be taking dual threat. As well as that, you're taking additional talent that's better for AoE. Like, there's a lot of different factors that go into why the two-hander will be better. As well as that, like, think about weapon enhancements, right? Mana Oil, for instance. Mana Oil is not scaling with our eye level, right? So Mana Oil is going to be as strong in Season 2 as it was in Season 1, which is technically a nerf, if that makes sense. Like, having 2 Mana Oils isn't as good as it was when you're a lower item level, because the stats don't exponentially grow with you as well. There's a bunch of factors that go into it, basically, for why two-hander is going to end up being better, but it is going to be situated... It depends what you factor in more, single target or AoE. Really, like, at the end of the day, it might end up in a situation where you have 2 item sets for weapons. You might have 1 two-hander, which is better for certain content, and 2 one-handers, but that's, like, very late game gear-wise. I wouldn't... I'd only be looking into doing that myself once I've actually got good gear. That's alright, Bob, no worries. Is there a BIS list yet for Season 2? So, Peak of Serenity are still in the works of making their, like, BIS list, but they don't really... It's not really a BIS list, because the issue with BIS lists is that it means that you're going to tunnel vision all those pieces of gear, which isn't always the case. Like, there'll be best in slot things for, like, rings and trinkets, and obviously set pieces. But other pieces of gear, like, you can work around based on, like, stats and stuff like that. So they're probably... I think from what I've heard, they're going to release their guide on Monday? Or, yeah, Monday or something. I don't know if my guide will be released on, like, Monday. I'm thinking probably midway through next week. It depends how fast I am at video making, to be honest. As well as that, there's hesitation as well, in that, let's say Tuesday comes around, and they put out their final tuning, and Windwalker gets some final tuning. Suddenly, I've released a video on Monday that has inaccuracies, right? Because there's just been some final tuning the day afterwards, and that could shift things up slightly. Like, not crazy, but that could cause issues. So... I'm probably going to wait for that Tuesday before it's published, even if I've finished it. Wait for the final patch notes. Because then if things get changed during the season, you know, then I can make like a short, like, 3-minute video that just goes over that. And it's not as bad. But if I'm making like a Season 2 guide, watch this. And it's got misinformation in that's like, nah, that's not good. What the hell? Where are these people in my Discord? I've been Rochambeau. They're meant to be here. That's alright. I don't mind yapping for a bit. Hope you guys don't mind me yapping for a little bit. I can see if there's any dungeons going, though. I can talk in dungeon. I'll just queue up for whatever at the moment. I think we're going to do 12s later. 10s or 12s, whatever. But I don't mind getting to a dungeon real quick. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. pull. Okay. I see how it is. Classic. Do I enjoy Conduit more or Shadowpan in Season 2? I enjoy Conduit more. I'm a little bit biased, and I'm sure a lot of Windwalkers are as well, in that we've played Shadowpan for 5 months now, maybe 6 months. Like, playing the same hero spec with pretty much the exact same build in every piece of content can get repetitive. So I'm definitely enjoying Conduit. I enjoy the playstyle as well. I think playing around these cool little burst windows is really fun. Like, Shadowpan's really not changing. Like, overall, there'll be some caveats to how you play it a little bit differently. There'll be some, like, rotational priority differences, like little tweaks here and there. But realistically, it's almost the exact same playstyle as it was in Season 1. Which, if you enjoy Shadowpan and you're used to it, then that's fine, right? Like, I'm still going to play Shadowpan, and they're both, like, on par with each other. But, I don't know, like, once I got into the PTR and started actually testing out Conduit and getting all these cool, like, burst windows and stuff, I was like, oh my god, they're fresh. So it's a little bit of, like, oh, this is something new and a bit fresh. But it's also really fun. Like, it's high risk, high reward sort of play style. Like, as I say, lowest lows, highest highs, depending on how well you actually play it. But there'll definitely be some instances where I prefer to play Shadowpan for a specific dungeon. Maybe I don't think that... Let's say I'm doing a 10 or something, and I'm not too happy with how fast the ads are dying. The ads die too fast when I'm doing my Mythic Plus. I'm not getting as much value from this massive burst window that I would. Whereas Shadowpan, the damage is pretty much consistent across the board. You're not going to be punished too much for all the ads dying too fast, if that makes sense. Like, there's going to be different things, like maybe a dungeon as well. Your pulls in a dungeon are going to differ depending on your keystone level or your tank is. Like, there's a lot of different things, and the good thing is that they're so close together in, like, simulations and stuff that you're not going to be punished for taking one or the other, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think the main reason I prefer Conduit is pretty much as I've said. I've played so much Shadowpan. I think I looked at my what was it? Radar.io did a summary for Season 1. I think I've pulled like over 500 mythic bosses. Mythic bosses. I've pulled like 500 bosses this season, just in the raid alone. Like, I've played a lot of Shadowpan. So much so that even on live now during raids, I was just playing Conduit because it's not as good as it is now, but like. I just wanted something different. Motherload. Yeah, I'll do a quick 7 Motherload just while I chat and stuff. And whilst I wait for a couple of guildies to get on. It's only a 7, so nothing crazy. I'm probably going to go Shadowpan here because, as I literally just said, it's a 7, which is the equivalent of like a 5 from last season. So I'm going to get so little Conduit value here if things die instantly. How many builds do we have for Mythic Plus and Raid? At the moment, it's looking like it's predominantly like 1 build per hero talent for like single target, with maybe like a little bit of difference here and there. When it comes to AoE though, that's where the variety comes in. You can mix and match a lot of different like builds for Shadowpan and Conduit. Like, at the moment, I'm just running Lightning, but you could go Lightning and then you could also go Slicing Winds. That is completely viable. There's like also little like differences in talents. What is this pull? This is what I'm talking about, by the way. Like, what was that pull? Pulling 3 ads. I also need to switch modes. There we go. But there's going to be a lot of different builds. I will cover them in the guide. Like, some of them are just like slightly like 1 talent here, 1 talent there, sort of different builds. But there's a lot of things have been tested on the PCR. Like, obviously at the end of the day, right, 1 build's always going to triumph at the end. That's just how it works. But like, I advise you at the start to test things out, especially like in the non-season season 2, if that makes sense, like the first week. Try them both. Honestly, like, they're loads of fun. See what you like playing. So Crackling Jade Lightning is at 20 stacks, so you want to shoot that out. Ideally, you want to make sure that's hitting like 5 targets. You do get punished a little bit the less targets there are, and I am heavily being focused right now. You pull it, you tank it sort of vibe there. Okay, we're pulling everything. In fact, I might just pop everything because this is looking rough. Tank is on his deathbed right now. I don't know if people are focusing this Void Emissary. I wish I had Touch of Death up. I think it's going to pop, you know? Yeah, that's going to pop, I think. Wiping in my +7. Classic. No one focused the Void Emissary there but me. This is how it's going to be on resale, by the way. I'm telling you right now. This is exactly how Dungeons is going to go on resale. Oh my god. No one focused the Emissary. That is crazy to me. Healer dead. Tank's back up. We go again. Thanks for subscribing, Pudding Brumzel. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. How does the removal of Mark of the Crane feel? I like it. I didn't at first, because I was a bit like... Well, I don't know. I'm in two minds about it, right? Like, at the end of the day, Mark of the Crane is, like, kind of a fundamental thing for Windwalker. It's been around for, like... I don't even know how long. Like, a decade, maybe? Like, it's a big thing for them just to remove it. And as well as that, right, they removed it, like... So, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, it was just so casual how they removed it. It was just like, oh yeah, by the way, Mark of the Crane, talent, gone. Yeah, they called it a talent, by the way. It's not a talent, but that's alright. Blizzard know their game more than me. Like, realistically, it was a kind of a bit of skill expression, right? But it also wasn't, because you had so many different ways to apply Mark of the Crane. So you could use Storm, Earth, and Fire, right? And then, like, Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, and then you'd be at 5 stacks. As well as that, you could also just use a Strike of the Windlord with Rushing Jade Wind, and you'd also be at 5 stacks. So, like, it wasn't hard to get Mark of the Crane stacked. There were, like, a few situations where it might have been a little bit harder. But overall, like, it wasn't that difficult. And that's why, like, when I say skill expression, like, it was very minimal situations where you would actually get the skill expression from, even if people tell you otherwise, like Strike of the Windlord's up every 30 seconds, you know? Storm, Earth, and Fire, minute and a half, more or less. Like, it wasn't... Where am I? Okay, cool. let's tank it in the green puddles. The only thing... Like, the weird thing with it as well is that it's going to affect Storm, Earth, and Fire a little bit in a way that people might not realize, whereas Storm, Earth, and Fire now is in a weird place where you don't use it to get stacks anymore for Mark of the Crane. So what you use it for is literally just a glorified damage amp, right? Like, hitting different targets isn't, like, that big anymore. Like, Mark of the Crane was, like, a huge reason. Spinning Crane Kick being cool. Well, I don't know what's going on. This is a 7, by the way. This is atrocious. I'm trying to talk whilst we're wiping. If we were pulling a little bit better. What else was I going to talk about Mark of the Crane? So, they basically... Mark of the Crane, off the top of my head, I might be wrong, but, like, when you're at 5 stacks, you're... Spinning Crane Kick did, like, what was it, 120% damage of what it does normally? It might be a little bit more. They've changed it to a flat 80, and that number is accurate. So it's a flat 80% now for Mark of the Crane. For Spinning Crane Kick. So that changes a couple of things. It means that Spinning Crane Kick with, like, a Chi-Ji proc is actually really good in single target. It's so good in single target now that you no longer take, what's it called off the top of my head? Knowledge of the Broken. Like, Knowledge of the Broken was fundamental for single target, right? To get your Blackout Kick to 8 stacks, yada yada. Now you take Whirling Focus? Am I correct in saying? Whirling Revolving Whirl? Yeah, we get there in the words are hard. So you take that, and you also take Chi-Ji for all single target combat as well now. Just because Spinning Crane Kick with a Chi-Ji is just that much stronger. It's like 80% stronger than it was before. No one is focusing on the Void Emissaries, by the way. I don't... This is so scuffed. I usually don't start off with a scuffed run, but here we are. It's, yeah, maybe it would have been better to just keep yapping and Dornagle. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things that you can think about with Mark of the Crane changing. Overall, I think it's a little bit friendlier on ease of access to Windwalker, but I don't think it was that hard to get stacks anyway. I think it's weird to have Spinning Crane Kick be so strong in single target. And then it's also a little bit weaker now in, like mass AoE 5 targets because you've lost either 20 or 40%. I don't... Off the top of my head, I just don't know what it is on live. I probably should. Bad Windwalker POV, I guess. But does that make sense? Like, it's not a bad change. But it does have impacts on a lot of other things and brings into question quite a few things as well, like the value of other abilities. Like, in a sense now, this is so bad. People, yikes. Like, for instance, Storm, Earth, and Fire, right? You'd usually, like, save it a lot of the time in Raid. You, like, activate everything on pull with Shadow Pan, and then you save your second Storm, Earth, and Fire for a little bit later on. Like, maybe, 30 seconds, even a minute you could save it for, right? Like, a minute you'd save it to maybe line up with your second Strike of the Windlord, or your Void Elf racial passive if you're a Void Elf, things like that. Now you're pretty much sending both Storm, Earth, and Fires during the Bloodlust window, in, like, almost all situations. Just because it's a damage amp now. Like, you don't need to really save it for, like, ads, per se, to get Mark of the Crane stacks and things like that. Yeah, it changes the role of a lot of things. It's just a very... It sounds like a small change, but it has an impact on a lot of different things, I guess, is what I'm trying to milk right now in my answer to your question. Good dungeon run, by the way. I'm glad I got to showcase that one. I don't know what was going on there. I have some very big concerns, but yep, whatever. Because of switching targets, I left playing Feral, but I did really good as him. Yeah, I think it's the same as Assassination Rogue, right? I've never been a fan of, like, Assassination Rogue, because I really hate having to melee dot things. Whereas Windwalker, it wasn't too bad to, like, tab target just to hit one target to get an extra Mark of the Crane stack. Like, that's not end of the world stuff, but, like, I don't know. There's something about having to, like, constantly dot up targets as a melee, constantly tab targets. I sucked at Assassination. It's why I didn't like it out of the 3 rogue specs. I don't know how it plays nowadays. Isn't it all like Kingsbane? I don't know. I'm out of the rogue loop. On the Storm, Earth, and Fire, giving you Mark, didn't you really just ignore that to get 5 Mark stacks with Strike of the Windlord? Yeah, I mean, you could have. But there's situations where you would maybe you Strike of the Windlord at the end of a pack, for instance, and you went into the next pack and you had a Storm, Earth, and Fire up or something. I mean, they played off of each other. You could do either or. But yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. Like, there were so many ways you could get 5 stacks that were super accessible that it was never actually that hard to do it. It's actually always been relatively easy. You'd find very few situations where you wouldn't have a Strike of the Windlord or a Storm, Earth, and Fire that you could send to get those stacks. So it's not like you were ever really always sat on one. I have a question about the opener. Why we use Rising Sun Kick and then Dragon Kick in an opener before Rising Sun Kick? We're fully on energy and not chi capped. Aren't we supposed to always not sit at energy cap? So the opener's a little different. In the opener, right, you got to take in consideration that you are always going to be energy capped pretty much, because you've got Lust going, you've got Invoker's Delight going, so you've got like 15% haste from this. You are absolutely haste out the wazoo with a Lust pull. So there's a bit less of a like you still want to make sure that you are Tiger Palming with Shadow Pan. Less so with Conduit now, but with Shadow Pan, yes, you will want to still be Tiger Palming. But like in the opener, you're just trying to get all your massive abilities out and on cooldown as fast as possible after you've built up your hit combo stacks. So like energy's a little bit weird in the opener. Just because you have so much, you are always pretty much going to be energy capped. And then once the Bloodlust and Invoker's Delight kind of run off, then you go back to normal. And then you start playing it like that. But it's to do with like trying to build up hit combo stacks as well as Acclamation on Rising Sun Kick. You want to get Whirling Dragon Punch out because it does hit hard. But you want this on cooldown. Yeah, that sort of thing, if that makes sense. The opener for Conduit will be very different though for Season 2. The opener for Shadow Pan will more or less be the same, but there will be maybe 1 or 2 differences in like ordering. Especially in AoE. I think AoE is going to be a little bit different. I need to fully sit down and start looking at the rotations. Because there's a lot of, yeah, there's a lot to look into for that. I was so happy like writing the script and like looking at stuff like stats and tier sets and stuff like that. I was like, this is nice and chill. But I remembered from doing the Season 1 one that once you get to rotation, oh my god. There's so much. There's so much that has to be thought about in it. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I like making guides, but I think I forgot how much work it is. Oh, sorry, Ace. I missed your comment as well. Do you know if there's some sort of eye-level catch-up release on the 25th? Or do we need to grind it out now? Off the top of my head, I mean, I've been informed that M0s aren't even releasing on the 25th. I thought in my head M0s were out. I'm not sure if that's wrong or if that's right, but if it is, then that sucks. I'm not sure how the heroic scaling goes as well. I mean, Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably start catching up now. It's not going to be like easy catch up on the 25th. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you'll get like story gear, but I'd be concerned about the eye level of that, right? Because if you think about the Siren Isles, they thought that good gear for catch up on the Siren Isles was like 584 or something, which was atrocious. Like, I've leveled 2 characters and my Siren Isle gear sucked. I was like, in my head I thought, they're going to give you nice like 600 eye level gear for this catch up. I was like, what the hell is this? So you just spend your whole time in M+, but you won't have M+ in the 25th. So off the top of my head, I haven't looked too much into that because I'm not leveling any characters on the 25th. Yeah, there'll definitely be, yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, we're still capped at 5 targets with spinning crane kick. Like, capped is an interesting word to use. Like, you still do damage to targets with more than 5, right? Like, that's pretty much every single Windwalker ability that's, like, your, in quotation marks, capped. Like, none of our abilities are technically capped. Like, you'll still do damage, but it goes from, like, a linear, like, rise like this to, like, more of, like, a curved sort of thing. Like, it falls off, but you're still doing damage. But yes, that works the same for... Fist of Fury, Spinning Crane Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch, is that 5? Yeah, Whirling Dragon Punch. I think the only thing it doesn't do, like even Rushing Jade Wind, right? But I think the only one is Thunder Fist, where that can stack up more, but it's not a very good talent. You take it on live, but you can see right now I don't take it for my Shadow Pan AoE, and I don't take it for my Conduit AoE, so... And even Strike of the Windlord itself, you know, you hit all enemies, but... Strike of the Windlord itself isn't actually like it's not a great ability. Yeah, it doesn't actually do that much of your overall damage. Do I have a from what we just saw, right? Strike of the Windlord. Where is it? Oh no, I'm an idiot. I didn't run it. Oh, where is it? He says he didn't even run it. It doesn't. What I'm trying to say is it doesn't do that much damage. The most damage from Strike of the Windlord comes from Gale Force. This is where all your Strike of the Windlord damage comes from. Oh. Hello. How's it going?
I'm good. I'm good. What about you?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, good to go. I don't know if I don't know where Max is, and I saw that Cindy picked on the post I made. Maybe I'll at them.
Yeah, she told me she needs like 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, from now? Yeah, that's fine. No worries. No worries. I'll probably be doing keys till like 8ish. What's that? So like 9ish. I know that we have the meeting at 8 server time, right, or something like that. I might just be an hour late to that. I missed the SkyTouch burst opener. Oh, by the way, I was just talking to my guildmate who joined the Discord. I wasn't talking to myself there, guys. Just so that you did hear them, right? I haven't got Discord muted, I hope. I'm not crazy, I promise. I think we'll be starting actual guild keys in 5 to 10 minutes. We'll have a tank, and we'll have another DPS, and then I think there was a spot for healer and DPS. I know a healer's coming on. I think everybody's finishing off work. I've got on a bit early. Yes. I've done all of the keys like across the PTR cycle. So like I've done like Floodgate when it came out. It was like the only dungeon available for like an entire week. I ran that one so many times. But like dungeons like Darkflame Cleft and stuff, I've only done like once or twice. Priory as well, once or twice. So I don't really have a preference on what keys we do. Because I've done them all. I haven't. Yeah, there's a few I haven't done since they're like nerfs. Like no, I've done Cinder Brew. Yeah, I'm easy for anything, honestly. Whatever dungeon you guys want to do.
Yeah, I've done all too, but I've done most of them as Havoc, so...
It's time to bring out the vengeance. Good luck, us.
Yeah.
Good luck, aggro. Panic. I miss SkyTouch burst opener so much. You don't, Max. You are lying, right? You're lying to yourself. You're lying to me.
To be honest, tank seems really easy.
You do not miss SkyTouch. They buffed all the damage of the tanks, didn't they, as well? So maybe that helps with the aggro. Like 20%, except for Brewmaster. Brewmaster got 15. But I think that probably is going to help a lot with actually getting aggro. Yeah, there might be a spot spooked
But is it Brewmaster
once we start the dungeons going for like a couple of keys or
at
so.
least single target? I don't know about
No, I'm not too like familiar with tank damage and stuff. Like outside for like Vengeance, Demon Hunter, that's the only. I mean, I played a bit of Brewmaster, but like when I was leveling my DH or like got into keys was tank, so that's all I really played. The damage was good as it was, but like it's the only thing that gets you aggro. Like it's actually like terrifying when people steal aggro from you because it's what can you do except hit stuff.
Yeah, you have like nothing to grab it back.
Yeah, you're one sword. Good luck. Like, and now you're saying that you don't use Fellscard. Like that is, I don't even want to pop my cooldowns. I'm terrified.
Yeah, well, I'm actually a bit skeptical. Like, I think Fellscard might still be better for like lower keys, but not sure.
Yeah, potentially it might be like that. Like some hero talents, like for Windwalker, I wouldn't run Conduit for lower keys because like it's too high burst. You just kill everything too fast and lose all your cooldowns. So it might be like that, where different hero talents are better for different key levels.
Yeah, like well, for Aldraki you actually need the targets to live for a bit.
All right, that's what you were saying yesterday about one big target not surviving in the Priory, right? Do I have a favorite two-handed transmog? I'm bored this week, and I figured I'd farm some transmog for next season. Two-handers. See, I'm a very basic monk when it comes to transmogs. I can't really show them off on the PTR, right? The issue with the PTR is it doesn't keep all your mogs. Very annoying. In terms of two-handers, I like. I'd usually use the Brewmaster Legendary Keg, right, which is very basic. A very basic mog. I did like the massive Firak axe, the two-hander from Dragonfly. I don't know if you can mog chase that one. Good luck with that one if you're mog chasing that one. But I did like the massive axe. I thought that was just hilarious. And yeah, but in terms of two-handers, not really. Yeah, I'm very basic with mogs.
Also, I don't know how worth it is to go for these like routes that the gasoline. Like I think you can time most keys if you just hold W.
Yeah, I think these keys are like min-maxing right at high keystone levels. These are like the best routes. So they're probably Yoda running super high keys with like the best comps. So I don't know. It might be like worth maybe like kind of doing them, but like at the same time not like hyper focusing on doing them exactly, because that Priory pull was insane. Like that was just not feasible, was it?
Some of the other ones, like we did a Motherlode later, and some of those pulls just didn't feel possible.
You said in your guide that you need to watch out our flurry strikes. I kind of don't understand how, because I already almost always use Tiger Palm in between abilities. You pretty much do want to be using Tiger Palm in between abilities. What I mean by like...
Also, it's probably easier online when we have lower ping as well.
Yeah, input lag is not fun on the PTR. Yeah, it's... I didn't realize that the PTR didn't have EU servers, because I've never been on it before. I like, what? It must be awful for like Asian players. I don't know what ping they're playing on, but yeah. So over here on the right hand side of my screen, what I mean by tracking shadow is the Wisdom of the Wall buff, right? So every time you proc flurry strikes, you get shadow. Probably just too much work for the yeah, probably just too much work. They're not worth it for the PTR. They just don't care. It'd just be effort on their part, I think. Sorry guys, I'm trying to like juggle two conversations at once. I didn't realize it would be this difficult. Yeah, so these two on the right hand side for Shadow Pan are the two trackers, and when I say tracking Shadow, you can see you've got Shadow Mastery Dodge, and then you'd also have Crit as well. I don't have it right now because I've used it once in the cycle. So what I really mean by that is like every time you proc... What am I doing? Get my talents up. Every time you proc Flurry Strikes, which is like every 240 energy, you release your 10 charges, right? It'll always be 10 because you generate them really easily. You shoot out your 10, and it will activate one of these Wisdom of the Walls. If it activates Shadow, the Shadow one, like, the other three are passive, so you don't really have to worry about them too much. Whereas the Flurry Strikes, the Shadow one's actually like something you have to think about. It means like the next time you shoot out Flurry Strikes, they're then going to deal an additional shadow damage to all the targets that like you're nearby. So what I mean by manipulating that is that means you kind of want to be shooting out as many flurry strikes as possible during that window on top of like just playing your rotation normally. So it kind of brings up the priority of getting flurry strikes out. Because the difference between getting like one set of flurry strikes out when you've got the extra shadow damage is actually quite a lot, because you're, especially on big pulls as well. Does that kind of make sense? Like, it just means that you want to be trying to get more flurry strikes out of. Like, you don't have to min-max this, but it's like something to be aware of. That Tiger Palm does become a little bit more of a priority when you're in that shadow window. But usually when you play Shadow Pan anyway, Tiger Palm's a relatively high priority, especially if like you're pretty much energy capped and you're not chi capped. Well, yeah, even then if you're on 5 chi and you have 5 energy, it depends on the shadow window. Like, you probably proc a chi ability and then Tiger Palm. It just means that you want to be trying to get more like weaving in. But if you're already weaving, then you're probably getting as much as you can already. It's just something to be aware of with Shadow Pan. That's like the only thing you really have to track. I mean, you can min-max Flurry Strike tracking as well. For instance, on Silken Core, I try to min-max this tons with the damage amp. Because the damage amp, you want to get a Flurry Strike out on the target because it's going to do 100% extra damage. If you go through that damage amp without getting one of those off, then you've efficiently lost like a massive amount of damage. So I try to always manipulate this to be my next Tiger Palm on the damage amp would shoot these out. And if it was a shadow one, for instance, then even better. But, you know, this is kind of RNG. You can... Yeah, I wouldn't worry about trying to manipulate which one you're going to get next. It's like it goes through the cycle, but yeah. yeah. It's just something to be aware of. Hey, I'm late. Are you done with talents discussing? I don't really think I've talked too much about talents, Ollie, to be honest. I can talk about whatever talents you want. Ask away. I've mostly been talking about just what's going to be covered in the guide and what I'm doing today. I think I ran one dungeon 10 minutes ago that we're not going to talk about. Don't worry about that. But mostly we're doing dungeons with guildies today. So they should go real smooth, he says, hopefully. they should be good. But yeah, any questions about talents? Shoot. We really have to use Crackling Jade Lightning? You don't have to. Well, it depends, right? If you go Shadow Pan, you kind of do. It's really good. So I would run it for Shadow Pan. And it's not as bad as it sounds, right? You're basically just stacking this up to a roughly 20 stacks. You can shoot it out a little bit before, and you can hold it a little bit for a couple of seconds if you have like a big pack coming up that actually gets more value. But really, it's super passive, right? You don't really even have to really think about it. And then when you're at those stacks and you're ready to go, you press the ability, it channels for like literally less than a second, and you've done massive damage, and you just carry on. It's not that bad. It's low-key kind of chill. With Conduit the Celestials, I mean, you can also run Lightning Build. Like, you can run Striker, run Slicing Winds for Shadow Pan if you want, but I don't know. Like, there's a lot of different viable builds, but like some I feel are clunky compared to others. So the ones I'm running at the moment are my favorite variations. And then for Conduit, I don't run Lightning, but at the same time, you can run Lightning for Conduit, and it is a viable build. What it's looked like it's going to happen in single target is you'll run the last Emperor's Capacitor a fair bit of the time, which means that basically you'll just be doing single target damage with Crackling Jade Lightning. But then potentially, you know, if there are certain ad sets that come out, it's actually better in Raid to be taking Power of the Thunder King than Slicing Winds, perhaps, just because when small ad sets appear, they tend to be super grouped about. It's really awkward, right? Whereas Crackling Jade Lightning bounces between targets, so it's actually more likely that you're gonna, hit everything. But like, there's quite a lot of builds. Like, there's not like something super set in stone. I'll talk about it more in my guide, but like, I think off the top of my head, for like Windwalker, Shadow Pan, or Conduit or Shadow Pan AoE, there's like 28 talent nodes that you're probably going to always lock in, and then you have like an option of 5 different ones that you can take for your number 2. Shadow Pan's kind of similar. I think it was 29, and then you'd have like 3 different ones you can take. I'm just running off the top of my head. I could check my notes, but I'm not going to check my notes. It's something along those lines. I'll keep you guessing. Otherwise, you won't watch the video. I hate this design so much. Somehow it was way more fun in Legion with less stuff, but it felt more engaging. That's fair. I mean, not every person likes every spec and how it's designed in its current iteration. I like Windwalker in its current iteration. Legion like feels like a lifetime ago, right? All I really remember from Legion is big crackling jade lightnings and Strike of the Windlord actually being amazing. Like it's like over a decade ago, Legion. Like it's hard to remember. I don't know. I like to compare it to Dragonflight because that's something that I've just played. It's relatively recent, and most people have like probably played it as well. I think this is a better than Dragonflight. I think that Serenity was good, and I really like Serenity. But what they've done with Conduit the Celestials feels like Serenity on crack, right? It just feels so good. Like you get these massive burst windows. And then you have the option of you can play Windwalker in 2 different ways. You don't have to play it this massive burst window, heavy cooldown reduction, higher APM, lots of buttons to press build. You can play it the slower Shadowpan, which is more consistent. You can spend more time like actually maybe looking at mechanics instead if you find that is something that you're struggling with. I think that the viability of the 2 builds and the competitiveness of them going into Season 2 is in such a good place that you have the option of playing a slower Windwalker, or a faster Windwalker, and that's kind of what you want from a spec, right? Like, playing the same thing for, like, if we had to play Shadowpan again for another season, that would almost be like a year of Shadowpan, the same build, the same talent, the same rotation. That would probably be, like, a breaking point for a lot of Windwalker players, just because it's so repetitive. So I'm glad that they've done some, I'm glad that they've put some thought into Celestial Conduit. I mean, there's still a lot of things that you can fix with Windwalker, right? There's still a lot of bugs, and don't even get me started on the Celestial Conduit bug. I don't want to scare you. But, yeah, I'm happy with the 2 play styles. If you want to know about the Celestial Conduit bug, I will tell you, but you won't like it, so... you know, don't open Pandora's box if you don't want it. Yo, dude, I'm a Mistweaver main, but looking into playing Windwalker for a bit. The way I thought about Windwalker is you don't press the same button twice and stack up your Fist of Fury. Is there an actual rotation? Yeah, hell yeah, there's a mega rotation for Windwalker. But Conduit the Celestials, you're going to have a big rotation, like priority list of things. For different situations, some, like, I don't want to scare you. Let's start with Shadowpan. Shadowpan, yes, you have a priority. I wish I had a target dummy. And you have an opener as well. Pretty much like all specs, right? You're going to have an opener and you're going to have a priority list. Priority list is going to change a little bit in Season 2. In Season 1, for like single target, you wanted to be making sure that you Tiger Palm quite a lot so you didn't overcap on energy. Like if you were at full energy and you had a Tiger Palm like ready to go, like you're kind of trolling a little bit just because of how Shadowpan works and Flurry Strikes. You wanted to like try line up your cooldowns with Storm Earth and Fire and Zwan, Zuin, whatever. Rising Sun Kick was always like before Fist of Fury, right? Strike of the Windlord pretty much on cooldown. Rising Sun Kick into Whirling Dragon Punch. Blackout Kick is like kind of like a filler ability. I'm talking about single target right now, by the way. Spinning Crane Kick never really in single target. And then like the rotation would change in AoE. It would be like Fist of Fury.
Just need to bug a heal.
Ooh. Oh, we have a full group.
Yeah.
God
It's
damn.
Mikey.
Oh yeah, Mikey. Yeah, Mikey. I have you on Battle.net. Yes, I did this in advance.
Yeah, but
The bugs will stay in live, I promise you.
I need to add you on PTR, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's well annoying. Okay. We could just make a dungeon group on the Fine group. I'll make. What key do you want to do? We'll look through some of your questions in a second. My favorite chatters. I'm just trying to sort out this dungeon group. Yeah, I love Theatre of Pain. Let's go. 10, 12? Go on, go. Let's go 12. Alright, I've made a dungeon group for a 12 theatre. It's called Incentive. You'll see it. Yeah, going back, do I think the bugs will stay in live? I do, because they're already on live. Yeah. They never left live. Conduit the Celestial has bugs on live that are still in the PTR. It is bad. Like with Windwalker, there's a lot of like bugs, but like some of the worst ones at the moment are the fact that you can spinning crane kick will sometimes just cancel itself, right? So if you've ever spinning crane kick and then you stop midway through and you're like, wait, what's going on? I didn't press anything. Am I like, what's going on? Did I do something? And you like start questioning everything. It's a bug. Spinning crane kick will sometimes just cancel itself. So that sucks. Did you say we need a healer or a DPS?
Healer?
Alright, I'll wait out for a healer.
Mikey wants to heal, I'm not sure.
Sorry guys, I'm just sorting out this dungeon group. I do see all the questions, but I need to... I'm just sorting this out in the background. I've got to add people on BNet and stuff. This is a very well thought out operation. Oh, no, we're not giving away beta titles. Get that off my screen right now. What prior is our new dash bell when all big buttons on cooldown? So it's difficult with Celestial Conduit because you're gonna have different you're gonna have a heart window, right? A heart window cooldown and a non-heart window cooldown, but like technically right now, like it can change, but like the thought right now is that Slicing Winds is gonna end up as like your third main ability in your heart window. I keep getting declined. In your heart window, it's going to be Slicing Winds. So like Fist of Fury number 1, Rising Sun Kick number 2, and then you would Slicing Winds in your heart window. Outside of your heart window, it's still unsure. There's like still like it's basically still being theory crafted. Because there's a lot that's going into Conduit at the moment with Slicing Winds. Slicing Winds, Heart of the Window, words, all these windows and stuff. There's a lot of work that's still going into it. So like that's the best I can give you right now. Like third highest priority in the window itself, because Fist of Fury is going to be number 1, right? Because that's like it synergizes the best. Like Fist of Fury is like you're pretty much your biggest damage dealer for both hero talents. I mean, this is Shadowpan, right? But you can see already Fist of Fury is absolutely nutty, and it's pretty much the same for Conduit. But yeah, it's not been like it's still in the works of theory crafting it, so I don't want to. Yeah, I don't know. I guess. I'll invite Christ, our Lord and Savior. I should probably get a key for this dungeon. Wait, I might already have one. Dungeon Priory. I have. No, I don't. Pain. Would be amazing if only they'd fix the bugs and actually buff things that matter. Yeah, I think that's my biggest, like, not happy with as well. Like, I'd rather right now they fix some of these bugs going in, especially as they made Celestial Conduit your go-to. But, like, as I was just saying, the Spinning Crane Kick has these cancel bugs, right? So does Celestial Conduit. Like, it's not great. It's happened to me on the PTR a bunch of times. It's happened to me on live a couple of times. But sometimes you'll press Celestial Conduit and it'll just cancel itself. And you gotta think, this is your big burst button. Like, that should be absolutely illegal. But it happens. Like, it's low odds, right? Like, we're not talking like it's gonna happen every single time. Like, it's super low odds, but it can happen, and that sucks. Like, let's say you're doing progress raiding and whatnot, and like you do on pull, and this cancels, and suddenly your big burst on, and this is like a kill pull. I don't know. I'm hyper. I'm making it like the worst case situation, and then you wipe on the boss by 0.1%. Oh well, that's because you didn't get your massive burst. You know what I mean? Like, it feels really bad as well in dungeons when it fails, as well as that Unity Within is another caveat of Celestial Conduit, where at the end of the cast, Unity Within will proc, and that's what gives you your heart window after Conduit. That sometimes just won't proc. It just won't. And that's like, I want to say a 1 in 10 chance. Maybe that's a bit high, but that happens a fair amount of time. Enough time that Windwalkers should.
This first pack before when you did.
Yeah, you can mind soothe it, and then you just take the big guy into the bosses. You can do that.
Yeah.
So I'm just constructing the key in my bag. Oh god, I need to construct this key. But like, basically what I was saying is that this window is so like Unity of Wind so scuffed that like a lot of Windwalkers that play Conduit will activate it like a millisecond or two before the cast finishes to avoid this, because losing that is pretty much just as bad as your Conduit cancelling itself, right? Like, this is your big burst window and you don't get your heart window. It can completely stuff your opener. It feels bad, and like, these are proper bugs. I've heard that it's a thing across a lot of characters where channels are getting cancelled, but we have no cause for it. Like the Peak of Serenity guys have been trying to look into what cancels spinning crane kick, because that was the biggest issue. Not many people play Conduit, so, you know, not that big an issue. Suddenly your main ability cancelling itself and not proccing is horrendous, right? That is absolutely insane. So I've kept my eye on the patch notes, hoping that they'd maybe say something about it, but they haven't. Yeah, this is a guild run minus the healer. 12 Theatre of Pain. We'll run Shadowpan just so I can like talk some things through, because it's easier to talk and play Shadowpan. As well as that, if like, I'll probably be talking in Discord as well. So if you hear other voices, it's not the voices in your head, it's my guild mates. Why do I chat G? It's a new thing I just put up on my screen. Just because looking at like rotation and stuff, because we're going to get a lot more Fists of Fury out, for instance, there's a higher chance that you're going to be able to get this at 30 cap, and you're not always necessarily popping spinning crane kick. Why is that a 2? Well, why was that a 2? You're not necessarily popping spinning crane kick like every time you have 1 dance of the Chi-Ji. Maybe you're saving it for 2 dances of the Chi-Ji. That's how like the priority should be. You like try to save it for 2. The issue with that though is if you're like at 1 stack and you almost have 30 of these Gs, you want to press spinning crane kick before you do a Fist of Fury. Like, it's higher in the priority. So I've never tracked G before this. I've never tracked it since Dragonflight before this stream, but it's something that you might want to be tracking. You probably don't have to, but I just wanted to give it a try. It doesn't glow or anything, so it's not great. It could definitely be better, but it's the best I could come up with like 20 minutes before the stream. And most of the time, right, you're probably gonna activate, like, you're gonna proc it way before, but you can see I'm already at 20 stacks, right? If I get like, if I'm playing Celestial Conduit and I see, look, I Fist of Fury again, I've actually technically overstacked here, so I should be trying to get spinning crane kicks out. So there is reason to the madness, and I'm still trying to learn it because I've never really like properly played around G this season. But that's the reasoning for it. TLDR, you get a lot of Fist of Furies out now. Oh, God. When the boss is on the other side of the massive cone. Touch of Death that. Healing pot that. Mage kind of popping off. Uh-oh. Panic. Calm. Panic. Calm. Panic. Calm. Yeah, for a minute I had to double check what the keystone was. I thought maybe I put in a 2 by accident, because that just dropped. Oh man. That mage damage though, going hard. All ignite. Okie dokie. How does...
We're going the ghosts next.
Yeah, ghost is cool. All the way to the end or pull half to the front? What do you want to do?
I'm just going to the end and pull
Yeah,
the
and...
big guys.
Yeah. How does this new spell added to Windwalker? The new spell to Windwalker is cool. It's called Slicing Winds. I'm not running it right now because I don't really like it too much on Shadowpan, but I use it a lot on Celestial Conduit. I think it's good. It is a little bit controversial, but honestly, it's not as bad as people make it out to be. It just takes getting used to. The only downside is you kind of lose Flying Serpent Kick, but honestly, you get used to it. Like, I barely even noticed that I don't have Flying Serpent Kick anymore, right? But but you will end up pressing Flying Serpent Kick thinking you have it a couple of times and end up wasting your big damage cooldown. I promise you of that. I probably should have ringed a little bit earlier. Oh, it hurts. And yeah, the tier set looks cool. I love the new tier set. I want the orange version, but you can't get it on the PTR. Not that I've been able to find anyway. But I'd really like the Goku version of it. I'm probably going to run around with that a lot. But I do like how the green head goes with the anniversary set. God, isn't it good to have classes that just remove shields? Okie dokie. On Season 2, what spell you got? There's a new one. I can show off my talents real quickly. If you pause the video, you can have a look at all of that. But yes, it's Lightning is the big one that I'm going for this one. So you can see I have a lightning icon over here. I pulled everything. Oh, it's fine. This is what we wanted. Yeah, you can see I have a lightning icon. When it gets to 20, I usually want to pop it. You can also try save it for your big like burst window as well. A lot of value there. Oh, necrotic volley. Oh, I deserved it. I should have cast anything. Yeah, that's real bad. Yeah, I probably could have interrupted that, I think. That was on me. So you're using Spinning Crane Kick over Fist of Fury at 30? Yeah, because...
Maybe I need to have a Sigil of Silence up for that one.
Maybe. I probably could have got that with an interrupt or something. I leg sweep the 2 ads previously. Probably a waste. I think it would have been fine, to be honest. Yeah, basically Fist of Fury generates G stacks. I'm not sure. I don't have the map in front of me. Whatever. Dealer's choice. But yeah, basically Fist of Fury generates the G stacks up to 30. Spinning Crane Kick like shoots out the ignition. It was something you actually semi-tracked in Dragonflight, but you didn't really have to in the War Within. Like at the end of the day, I don't think you have to track it. I'm just like testing it out to see if it is worth tracking right now, because I know that there's a good chance that in the priority list it's going to indicate if you need to be spinning crane kicking for G. Just because you get so many more Fists of Fury casts off and you stack it up a lot more. Oh my lord. Oh no. This is horrendous. I'm just not getting enough interrupts off. I feel like I'm definitely one of the main interrupts here, and I'm yapping too much. This is what happens. I'm not going to stop yapping, but I might need to consider actually playing this a bit more. Because this is poor. Poor behavior on my part. Keep looking right to look at the chat. And then I'm thinking these questions over. Probably should play these keys a little bit more. I am showcasing them after all. Do I write up any guides at all, Bonjo? Yes, I do. I have a lot of video guides for a lot of different things. None for Season 2 yet, and that won't be out until maybe mid next week. Something like that. Just because there's a lot that needs to go into it, but also I want to make sure I don't miss out on any last-minute tuning that could come next Tuesday, for instance. But yeah, I do guide videos. I do a fair few guide videos. Yeah. Self-plug, self-plug. I also miss out on a lot of trash. If I jump up here and I get knocked by one of these tornadoes, I am going to actually tweak, though. Alright. Let's get my gamer head on. I am the interrupter in this group. Leg sweep is important. I didn't knock because of ping. Oh. This boss is kind of chilling. What is he? He's enhancement. Okay, so we're going to have 3 melee here. Okay. He, yeah, does some not crazy things, but things that feel a bit bad in a full melee group. You just got to make sure you're not stood in front of your tank. And he better not choose me for any of his abilities. He chose me. So this is not too bad. I wouldn't move out of melee if you get the Well of Darkness. you're just going to lose a lot of DPS, and you can just run around the boss. Because you're pretty much running around the boss anyway, right? You just don't want to stack on your, like, other melee. And that's what I'm saying, if you have, like, a group full of melee, this can kind of suck. I'm also going to hold Crackling Jade Lightning for when these ads come up. So, it's a little bit longer of a wait, but it's better to get this fully off on the ads than to get it just on the boss. There'll be so much more value to it. So I hold it. I'm probably holding it for about 20 seconds here, which is like more or less the very cutoff for when you can hold this for. But yeah, like Crackling Jade lighting them all up, and they're gone. Oh, that was almost a nice Whirling Dragon Punch death. the classic, the Windwalker special. I don't want to stand on top of my shaman there. Yeah, I think this is a chill boss fight. You just gotta keep moving. I don't know what it's like for a ranged. I can imagine casters don't like this very much. But as a melee, it's not hard. Both on a melee, though, so this is probably the worst situation, and we just kind of can't stack on each other. But we have to move around at the same time. So I think he got a little bit stuffed there. Because I don't think I moved as fast as I could have done. I'm gonna pop on my cooldowns here. So that way I have some big damage coming up on this Crackling Jade Lightning. Can I cast it? Thank you. I wasn't quite facing that ad that I needed to be. And then Well of Darkness again, so I'm just going to try and move to the middle here of my two melee friends. Not a bad boss, eh? I think it may be worse if you're like a full melee group with the Well of Darkness, but otherwise, kind of chilling. You feel like you'd still Fist of Fury. I mean, yep. I feel like I'd still Fist of Fury. It's why I've got this tracker up. So there's a lot of like diseases here. So my tank got a disease on him. Oh lord. So Windwalkers are quite good in this dungeon. We can cure diseases. Yay! There's actually a lot of use for Windwalkers utility-wise in dungeons next season. So when people start not inviting you, you send them a message and say, "Oh, how are you going to stop that in Rage?" And they won't respond, but you know you'll feel like you should be being invited. Like compared to last season, there weren't that many like enrage effects in dungeons. Grim Batol's obviously the main one. Yeah, I like Theatre of Pain. It's not too slow either. Prairie wasn't too long either, though. What was I talking about? Oh, sorry. What was I talking about? I was talking about something. Oh, I lose track because I'm trying to like handle two conversations at times. Oh, diseases and stuff. Yes. So in 4 of the 8 dungeons, there'll be a disease or poison that monks can dispel. Really good, useful, good tech. And I think I want to say in 6 of the 8 dungeons, there's an enrage effect that you can get rid of with pressure points. So actual not bad utility for Windwalker. I don't know if that'll be the difference maker to being invited to a key, but you know, it's there, right? It's always nice to have some extra tech that gets you invited. Although, generally speaking, you're probably not going to get invited to a group because you can detox. I think it's more like a personal thing. Like, help the healer out. You should take these anyway. They're just good talents. They're also good in yourself. Save yourself from dying with detox. They're very useful. It's getting chaotic in here, but you can see one Fist of Fury just then got me up to 30 stacks. So then, like, if I don't spinning crane kick before then, suddenly you know what I mean? Like, you can lose a lot of value. So I'd be surprised if we don't track it to an extent. Not that like there aren't many situations where you wouldn't spin in crane kick, but I think it also applies to unchiji'd spinning crane kick, right? Which is where the difference lies. So, like, because we don't press spinning crane kick unless it's got the buff, right? That's just a big no-no. That's a horrendous overlap, by the way. But that will actually be a thing. Just to make sure you get the explosion off. It's actually a lot more important than it used to be. Plan on maining monk, but what other classes are you liking the look the most of this patch? Oh my god, I wasn't looking for the change there. See, I'm pretty much a monk one trick, so I don't really look at other classes. I'm not the best person to ask about this. The only other class I play is Demon Hunter. Poorly. I like Demon Hunter, but I haven't really looked into how it's changing. Yeah, generally speaking, I'm not, like, massively on the other class trackers. I probably should get a bit more information on them, though. I know the Shaman nerf buff thing yesterday was absolutely pointless, though. It was pretty much like a... it didn't do anything to the class, from what I've read. It was basically a non-change change. So that's cool. But any Shamans that were dooming on that one, I don't think it's an actual nerf. I think rogues and warlocks are not happy at the moment, though. I feel like they haven't been mentioned enough in the PTR, which is fair. I don't like it when Windwalker's not mentioned at times. Oh no! I almost survived the entire pull without getting hooked. We almost did it. We're not good in Rage Dispel. Para doesn't do well compared to Soothe or Trank Shot. That said, if there's another mob that has a stacking in Rage, Para should still remove all stacks, which is useful. I mean, it's better than nothing, no? Like, it's still useful utility. Like, there's a massive list of enrages. I think there's like 13 enrages across all the dungeons. Obviously, it's no Soothe, and Para is like a massive cooldown, but it still helps. Every little helps. If your tank gets one shot, I can tell you right now, you're dead. Okay, that just one-shot the Shaman. Oh, I need to be careful on those. This happened last week as well. I'm going to blame input lag. Because, yeah, this happened last time. I died trying to get out of these massive circles because I roll at the last minute, obviously, because I can generally tell when I can get out of things. However, on 150 ping, it is a little bit more difficult. Is it an excuse? Sure, of course it's an excuse. Is it true? Yeah, that's up for you to decide. I promise you, he's also going out at the last second as well. EU players, what do we like? So you can see I have Crackling Jade Lightning up here, but I'm just going to save it, because there's no point casting it on one ad. That being said, the next pack is one ad, but I don't know if we're going to pull the other guys with it. I'm hoping we do, because they are right here, but that is a pretty scary pull. We'll find out after these messages. It looks like we're not, so at this point it's going to be pointless for me to hold. Do you think that as a monk you're gonna sit and pug queue for ages? Due to public perception? I do. Not gonna lie, yeah, genuinely. Yeah, you will. But like the way I see it is even if monk, like Windwalker monk became meta, right? Let's say we were what's defined as a meta spec overnight. You still wouldn't get invited to groups for like ages. Because it takes ages for like the majority of the player base to work out what's actually meta and whatnot, even if you know that your class is meta, they're so used to seeing other classes as meta that they're like, it's ingrained, if that makes sense. You probably will, because at the end of the day, like, there's so few classes that are genuinely classed as meta that, like, a lot of classes do end up not getting Q picked. It's just unfortunately how the game is. Like, Windwalkers are not the only class in that vote. Like I was saying earlier, like, Shadow Priests are in the exact same situation. Warriors will also, like, not get invited as much. Honestly, mages, to an extent, like, I'll be honest, I don't really invite mages to groups. Because I have my own meta biases, right, in my mind, like, and as well as that, what you've played with. Like, you ever played with a certain class? Like, I play with warriors, and then, like, a lot of the time they leave groups, and in my mind, I'm like, I never want to invite another warrior to my group. Because in my mind, they're just going to leave my group again. Like, perception's so easy to manipulate. The same with mages. I'll play with mages, and I'll never use their interrupt, and I'll be like, right, every mage is never coming into my group again. And then, like, a few days later, I'll completely forget, invite them again, and it will happen again. No, not always, but you know what I mean. Yeah, perception's really hard to deal with. That's why I always just say make your own group. Like, it's a lot easier to make your own group and just play keys, or I guess if you have friends or a guild that play WoW, play with them. But I know not everybody does. What's that? Line of sight? I don't know. I don't really remember this dungeon. I didn't really play much Shadowlands. I played like tier 1, and then I was out of there. Obelisk was enough. The circle of actual hell. I wouldn't let that put you off playing monk though. Phyllis. Like, genuinely don't let that put you off playing any spec. Like, because it's just how it is in the game. Unless you're like a flavor of the monk. That's just how it is. And that's okay. Well, it's not okay, but you know what I mean. It's like, it just is what it is. As long as you have fun. Like, yeah, queuing sucks. I don't like queuing up for groups. And, like, it's really annoying when someone doesn't invite you. And you're like, well, I know I'm going to do well in this key. You're just classing me as a Windwalker monk. Oh, I'm in the arena. Me versus Mikey. I'll try one-shot him. He parried me. He parried me. He screwed my rotation. Yeah, he let me. Uh-oh. I just popped my cooldowns. You're actually having a laugh. I'll just let him kill me. Like, I bet he also popped his cooldowns. Because we're both 2 minutes. I actually had 1 minute 30. Never mind. But I know he popped his cooldown. That's just on us then. Just being greedy with our cooldowns, because if you know that there's a chance we pull down, wait. I've definitely pulled my DPS up, especially I was like not in half of this dungeon for that entire like pool part. I was just dead, wasn't I? So I've definitely pulled my numbers up. But this dungeon's not very high for damage overall.
Like, I'm almost doing same DPS as you guys because we keep going down.
Oh yeah, on single target. Hello. I saw Soul Cleave.
Oh,
How
I need to play that tank.
how long until they decide to nerf the tank damage they gave them? That's a lot of single target. That's gonna be really good on raid then.
Hey, don't say that. Avok is better in raid than Vengeance.
I'd hope so. Do I use any macro to throw all my cooldowns and trinkets? If so, would love to see the macro. I only have a macro for my pot and Storm, Earth, and Fire, and even at the end of the day, it's not great to do that. And I don't do it for all situations. Like, it's a bad habit. But for a lot of situations, I think it's fine. Maybe less so for Mythic Plus, actually. But in raiding, like, and if anyone tells me otherwise, I'm just like, you're capping, but... Oh! For like things like popping Zwan, Storm, Earth, and Fire, like your entire opener and stuff, I would just get into the habit of pressing the buttons. I don't recommend, because at the end of the day, they're all on like a GCD sort of thing, right? Most of these abilities. So what you'll be doing is you'll be spam clicking the same button. And trust me, I've been in that situation before. I used to play like that. I just don't recommend it. It's a bad play style. You just get into the habit of pressing one button for everything. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not like saying, yeah, I'm not trying to like badmouth it and say don't, you know what I mean? You know what I mean though. It is a little bit like, because I've done it. I know exactly what it's like. I used to have like a macro exactly like that. But there'll be certain situations where you maybe want to press something a little bit early. Storm, Earth, and Fire particularly, you know, you don't always line that up with Zuan. I mean, like, you do, but not every single one. I didn't see the ghost. Yeah, me too. We don't have CR. That's what I get for yapping. That's what I get. Did I miss any comments? Probably. Does slicing cost anything? Slicing wins? No. Costs absolutely nothing. Which is kind of cool, right? Very strange, though, for an ability to not cost chi. But it doesn't cost anything. You just press it. So that's kind of cool. Sorry, yeah, I did miss that comment. Oh, was there anything else I missed? I mean, we use Jade Lightning with Shadow Pecan because it costs energy and counts to flurry. I mean, you can kind of look at it that way, but I think it's more just down to the raw numbers of it all. Like, it just synergizes better. Like, obviously that'll play a tiny little part, but yeah, it's so little so that I probably didn't even consider that as a thing. But yeah, that's interesting. Genuinely, to me, yeah, it's just better in the build. But that's not to say you can't play Slicing Winds, and you don't even have to go this Lightning build if you don't want to for Shadow Pan. You could go fully into Slicing Winds. Viable. It might do like a little bit less damage, but there'll be situations where maybe that's better. Maybe you have a lot of ads grouped up. The Slicing Winds will still do damage to targets more than 5, right? It's like we talked about earlier, where it's capped in quotation marks, but it will still do damage. Whereas lightning is actually 5 targets. So lightning does technically have a hard cap. What do you want to do now?
I don't mind.
Surprise you. Alright, I'll find a key. I'll lock something in.
Alright.
Trials are fine though, right? Yeah. That was kind of chill. Damage wasn't great there. I think I just died too many times in that middle section. I promise it's not that bad. But damage words are hard. Damage distribution, right? That's about how I'd imagine it looking. Crackling Jade Lightning can come out of 3 over Blackout Kick, but Blackout Kick like still does a significant amount of your damage. Because predominantly for Shadow Pan, it was still like very heavy in the Blackout Kick sort of like abilities and stuff. Like Courageous Impulse. I'm trying to walk whilst I look at my talents. Courageous Impulse got buffed. You can run Brawler's Intensity. This is technically a talent I was talking about earlier that you don't have to run. You could run like Drinking Horn or Spiritual Focus. I like this one more. Yeah, like the damage overall is like fairly like similar to what it looks like on live, kind of to an extent. Like Fist of Fury just is crazy. It synergizes so well with our set piece as well. Like a lot of the set piece damage comes from fists. Spinning Crane Kick, you know, still a heavy hitter. Crackling Jade Lightning though, it does a lot of your damage. It really does. Genuinely does. Anything else of note here? Not really. I mean, I guess you could look at Chi Explosion. It is 2%. It's like, why track it? Well, that's 2. It's still percentage, isn't it? We'll go Conduit for the next one as well. What should I run? I said surprise me. Priory? I did Priory last night. I can do it again. I don't think it's too bad. I think it's better than it used to be. It was extremely horrible before. 12. The only dungeon I'm concerned about is Cinderbrew. I've said it a few times, but I genuinely don't know if that can go out live. It's just it's horrible. Like in... Oh no, that queued up is the wrong thing, didn't it? I hate it when dungeons do that. Like, it's because it's had 2 keystones in my bag. People won't see it. It's classed as the wrong thing. Cinderbrew is like the only dungeon I'm concerned about going live. I just think it's all over the place. To put it into perspective, I think a 12 like any other dungeon is easier than a 10 Cinderbrew. Oh no? What's oh no?
We are not doing the same pulls we did yesterday.
Oh, the dungeon. No, it'll be fine because you get to decide this time.
No.
Aggro wasn't too bad there actually. I didn't notice. I don't really notice any aggro issues.
No, Mikey got aggro on a few pulls, but that's just enhancement things, I guess.
Yeah, I wasn't the burst build that one. I was Shadow Pan. I'm going burst this time, so maybe it'll be a different story for this dungeon.
Oh.
If I die, I die. You pull it, you tank it.
True.
All right, let's get my favorite conduit build. Let's get some hard gameplay going. Gonna turn my brain on for this. Let me drink my cold coffee. I hate cold coffee, but I just forget that I have it. I also really shouldn't be drinking coffee at like 5:30, right? But here I am. I'm gonna be up all night. One lust. No CRs. This is a group. I like it. We did this one yesterday. So off stream I did this on a 10 with my guild group because we was like I was skeptical about this one still being overpowered and overtuned, but the way we did it seemed absolutely fine. There was like 1 or 2 pulls that we were a little bit like, haha, don't do it this way. But overall this is fine. You just need a fair bit of CC for a lot of these packs, a lot of casters. The defend mechanic is obnoxious. Especially if they spam it, and every time they cast defend, they put like a zone down where like they take reduced damage. Everything does. Like these are really obnoxious ads, and they're throughout the dungeon. But Priory is probably a dungeon you're going to want to be running. Especially for trinkets. It's got a good trinket in it that I would highly advise if you don't have a trinket at the start of Season 2, which you won't, surprise, surprise, because you started. Signet of the Priory is good. Yeah, it's good. Very good for Shadowpan. And it'll still have uses for the other spec that we play. The other spec that we play, Celestial. And a really good weapon in here as well. Haste Mastery 2-hander. Which may be our best in slot 2-hander weapon. TBD. So yeah, Priory is probably a dungeon you might see a lot of, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, if you don't like it, it's time to get familiar with it.
I guess we lost first pull.
Yeah, I think last first pull. My tank's dead. No! I only popped all my cooldowns. Oh no. I think we just have to die here, right? Oh no, people have... Should I be concerned that people have run out the dungeon?
Yeah, just restart.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Okay. Windwalker Monk is going 200 and 11.1. Yes, more than likely it will go 2-hander eventually. Yeah, reset now. Yeah, more than likely it will be 2-hander at some point. Like at the start of the season, it's looking like 1-handers like will be better if you want pure single target damage still. But at the end of the day,
I can't go that fast.
no, not that, not that fast. I was watching your health bar and like it dropped instantly and then didn't move up at all. I was like, this is it. This is the end.
I hit the first gas a bit to build like.
What was I saying? Yeah, 2-handers are going to be better in AoE, and at the end of the day, they're probably going to outscale 1-hander weapons. I think I need to reset this. Yeah. Yeah, keys all set up. Sorry, just thinking about that. So, like, what I think might happen is, like, eventually you might end up with 2 weapon setups. Like, it might not, but, like, maybe, like, for single-target bosses, it might be better to have the 2 single-target weapon up. Like, there aren't many situations like that, really. But, yeah, for, like, M+ and stuff, you're probably going to want to have 2-hander. Any AoE bosses that are, like, proper AoE, you're going to want 2-hander. I don't really want to spend anything here. I might build up hit combos, but I'm just going to let him stack everything. I don't want to get one shot. I'm going to pop all my defenses and pray. So what? Also, what the hell is that warlock damage? What got me there? I just got shot for 3... I got shot as I got Disrupting Shout. That's awesome. The double whammy. By that one ad that was like too far out for us to do anything to. Warlock casually just doing 15 million damage, by the way. Okay. I have to actually fully like invest my entire brain and try hard, press every button correctly to do that. That is just crazy. That's outrageous. Maybe like rings and stuff could work. Destro Nerf Inc. I don't know. You gotta bear in mind that was like the locked lust pull. And don't they do just like exponentially crazy damage? What's annoying? Oh, the knot. I thought you said the lock. Like that lock? What did he do? All rain of fire, by the way. That is crazy. Alright, so it's looking a little bit tougher to do this dungeon on a 12 than it was to do Theatre of Pain. Theatre of Pain was kind of a breeze. We are going for some big pack pulls though. We're trying to do it more or less like what the optimum route would be for getting good times. Maybe not the safest routes. This is a mini boss, by the way. It's why it's taking a little bit longer to kill. I'm not going to put my big cooldowns here because it'll be an absolute waste, but I did use one Storm Earth and Fire just to get the ball rolling again on the cooldown, because sitting at 2 stacks is just, it feels awful. I don't think target cap will have anything to do with it. Like, enhancement shamans have the exact same target cap limitations that we do. And look at them. Like, we both work off of, like not technically locked, to 5 targets. Like, it's just less damage, as it goes. Oh, man. I popped on my cooldowns! Having a rough one. I don't mind Whirling Dragon Punch. The only thing I hate about it is how you're locked in place. The amount of times, like, I've nearly died or just died because of Whirling Dragon Punch is, like, crazy, right? Like, and you have to press, like, it does a lot of damage, so it's like not a button you don't press. Like, when it's up, you press that boy. Yeah, I think that's the mini-boss. Oh, it's not doing anything. Oh, it's doing something. Yeah, I think that's like the only thing I actually don't like about Whirling Dragon Punch. Just the locking in place. Like, I feel like you always press it at the wrong time. But like, you're almost forced to press it at like a certain time, right? Because you need to press it before Rising Sun, Kick, and Fist. The Fury come back off cooldown. Like you have a window you can press it. I don't know. That's the only thing I don't like about it. I like the concept of, like, I don't know, jumping up in the air and kicking everything. I like flavor. I guess I like the flavor. But the practicality of it is it's just, it's kind of like a self-troll of yourself. Like, locking yourself into place it's never a good thing. But it's been around for, like, how long has Whirling Dragon Punch been a thing? Was it in MOP? It was definitely in WOD, right? I think it's like one of those things that's just, like, ingrained into Monk that they're probably not going to remove, like Storm, Earth, and Fire. He says as they've just removed, like, Mark of the Crane, which is, like, pretty much, like, part of Monk's identity. This is an annoying thing about Conduit the Celestial, for instance. You can see, like, we had one ad here. In my mind, I think it's an absolute waste to put my entire cooldowns on that in a Mythic Plus. So then I lose value on my cooldowns. Obviously, it's because of a pull that went wrong, but I don't know. I tried to explain it like that. Like, that's why Conduit feels like lowest of lows, highest of highs. Like, that was definitely a lowest of low. So I'm just watching my cooldowns like, this sucks. Like, even a 3-pack is not great, right? But I think we're playing it safer now. I think it's the right move. Otherwise, we're just going to be wiping. Also, I think these might be melee ads, where you stand in melee for these, because these the range are getting absolutely decimated by these lynxes. Oh god. Have mercy on our soul. We don't want to pull that stuff that's at the right. I don't know what they just did there. They nuked my mage. We did this on a 10 yesterday, and it was not bad. This is something else. Like, we were doing massive pulls. I don't know if the jump is just crazy. Maybe we just don't have as much CC. Because I'm all out of CC now, right? It might just be the jump. That's I don't know. It's not a big jump. Oh my god. These guys that shoot as well. There's something wrong with these. Like, they just constantly shoot.
I think maybe 12 is a bit high on this key as well.
Yeah, I know, the damage just seems extraordinary. Like, the 10 wasn't bad, right? Yes, like, there was some iffy moments, but that was... Players just getting one-shot by everything. The shooting, I think, was what was doing it the most, right? Like that. Yeah. And we don't have, like... We don't have crazy CC, right?
I was just getting owned.
We can try it on a 10, or we can just do something else.
Yeah, I can do.
I need to go back to Stormwind, though. Or anywhere to get the thing. Oh, do you want to just summon me? This won't happen on release. Don't worry. This isn't how our keys are going to go on
Yeah.
on the day. No, not like this. This is not accurate. Ooh, bunch of comments.
Oh, and that's why we're practicing.
Yeah, no, I get that's the reason of your suggestion. I'm just saying I don't think they ever will remove Whirling Dragon Punch, right? Just because it's it's one of those identity spells to an extent. If they allowed it to have the freedom of like moving, like you jump up in the air and then you can like move your character, then fine. But yeah, no, I get it. I've died a lot to Whirling Dragon Punch. I don't like it as well, but I don't like hate it enough that I'd have it removed. At the end of the day, I just say that's my fault. I should know when to press it better. Yeah, I think it's a cool spell, but yeah, it puts you in situations that sometimes just are not bad. But then at the end of the day, you can blame the spell, and then you can be like, well, I probably shouldn't have pressed it there. And I'm definitely a someone that does that. Presses the wrong spell at the wrong time. We got 10, right? 10. Priory. Yeah, we're going to drop it to a 10, guys. That 12 was just insane. Let's actually make a group now. That's probably a good idea. I don't like having multiple keys in my bags. It keeps prioritizing this Theater of Pain. Theater of Pain. It's annoying as. Dragonfight Monk rotation was much more smoother. I liked Serenity. I was a real big fan of Serenity. I was sad when they removed it, actually. I preferred Serenity to Storm, Earth, and Fire in Raid. Obviously, Serenity was the go-to build, but like... sorry, what am I... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, even in dungeons, I liked Serenity. Even though the Storm, Earth, and Fire build tended to be better, right? Well, it depends what sort of damage you needed, I guess. But you know what I mean. I like being able to clip abilities as well. I thought that was a cool concept. Like, I don't mind not being able to cancel abilities early now, but yeah, I thought Serenity was just so fast-paced. You weren't punished. Yeah, the rotation was cool as well. But then it's like kind of similar to Conduit now. What do we want? I can be picky here. Probably a B-res, right? Like, I think we need a B-res. I'll get us a B-res. That'll make things okay now. Reset, by the way. Oh no, Spooks, I didn't realize it was a rogue. I didn't realize that was you. Oh no. I'm sorry. I guess that's literally the definition of I see rogue. I'm meta brain to not invite rogues to my group. I'm not going to invite that rogue to my group. That's a great example of it. I don't invite rogues on live. Nothing against rogues. I love rogue as a spec, but in my mind, there are better classes to invite. It's just how ingrained. Next time, Spooks. Next time. We do need a B-res. We do need a B-res. Ooh. What's causing us to have so much fists now? So for this build particularly, Conduit the Celestial, we have these windows called Heart of the Jade Serpent windows, where every time you pass Strike of the Windlord, and every time you finish casting Conduit the Celestial, you get this massive cooldown reduction on Strike of the Windlord itself, Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kick, and Flying Serpent Kick, which is technically Slicing Winds, and also Whirling Dragon Punch. So basically all your big hitters, right, all get a 75% cooldown reduction for 6 seconds. And this happens pretty much all the time, because you're constantly getting Strike of the Windlords. So it'll always happen pretty much every 1 minute 30 when your Conduit of the Celestials back up. But it also happens every, like, I want to say 25 seconds is like a rough estimate on Strike of the Windlord. But it probably gets reduced more than that. I'm probably being very conservative there. Basically, you Strike the Windlord up all the time, because it reduces the cooldown of itself. It's kind of cool like that. So what happens then is you just end up having tons of Fist of Fury, right? Because Fist of Fury also casts extremely fast as well. I think the cast itself is 75% right faster. So that's why you just end up with tons of Fist of Furies, and you want to be getting as many of them into your heart windows as possible. So whenever you see this little box glow here, that's my heart window activating. And it changes how the opener works now. If you have Zwan up, Storm, Earth, and Fire up, Strike the Windlord, and Celestial Conduit, all these abilities up. Let's say you start a dungeon, right? We start this dungeon. I'm gonna build up a couple of hit combo points. Then I'll pop Zwan, Storm, Earth, and Fire, Strike of the Windlord to get my first window. Then I'll pop Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch, and then I'll Slicing Winds if there's enough time left on this. However, I need to pop Celestial Conduit while this is just still running. So then I pop this. Let's say I don't have enough time for Slicing Winds because I'm playing a 150 ping and it is a little bit awkward to fit that in. I'll then Celestial Conduit. I'll then get Unity Within, which will activate the heart window again. This will pop up for 6 seconds. I then Fist of Fury again, you know, Rising Sun Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch, Slicing Winds, the whole Shazam again. By the time that finishes, Strike of the Windlord's back off cooldown, right? So you press that and you got another window. So, like, when I say that Conduit of the Celestial is a lot more going on there, I'm not over-exaggerating. Like, that's the opener. I feel the opener's like 30 seconds long. Like, no joke. It's a really long opener. I guess if you can define it as the opener still, I guess. You're basically trying to make as many heart windows as possible. That's what the build's about. Good luck. I believe in you. What? Don't die. So, so you can see what, like, it's a bit hard to tell because it's not on a target dummy, but like Strike the Windlord's already back up. Oh, I'm getting pummeled. I'm getting pummeled by this Sarathi. I shouldn't have focused him. They're all defending as well. All my abilities are like on super cooldown, but yeah, this is like a good example of the opener. Maybe I didn't play it perfectly, but it's kind of like, I guess, a good example of how the heart windows work. You're trying to get 3 full heart windows, basically. And then I'm going to save my next strike for the next pack. I could have used it on this 2-pack here, but it's so close to death that I think I'm just going to save it. Felt a bit like less harsh there. I don't know why they step up so much. Oh, I'm getting some massive delay on the input at the moment. And the Void Emissary pop. Unlucky, I didn't have the Touch of Death up. Okay, I'm angered the Footman. Time to hide. Sorry, I completely forgot that I was not talking. I just sat there with like my mouth half open, playing the game. I was in full like think mode there, trying to get that off right. Yeah, like when you compare this to Shadow Pan, right? That I just ran in the Theatre of Pain. Like, there's a lot more going on. Like you really like in a good way. Like it's not chaotic. Like there's just a lot more like you have to think about pressing, ordering, and all that thing. It's a lot faster paced as well because you get all the cooldown reduction. I really enjoy it personally. For some players, maybe it's I don't know, you might not. But I always recommend give it a try. Because this is probably going to be the best raid build. Yeah, and they come from the top right. Yeah, like, this is, yeah, I definitely recommend trying it. Like, that's what the first week's really for, right? Try both of them. But this is probably going to be better in most raid instances. But for M+, it's a bit more, like, even. If you have a paladin or a priest, they can activate this orb, and you get a buff. This used to be busted, and it used to do all your damage in the dungeon. Luckily, they fixed that. Because that would have been great. I think it can now do like 1% of your damage overall or something. What sparked me to make Windwalker content? Good question. I'll answer it in a sec. I don't know where that big ad went. It was meant to come down, no? What? What sparked me to make Windwalker content? Cool question. I don't know. I was raiding for like with my friends, in just a normal like 1000 ranking guild. And then they were like, I don't know. They were just like, you're kind of good at Windwalker. Why don't you make videos? And I was like, I don't know. YouTube's hard. I don't know how to make videos. And then I was like, okay, sure, why not? That is literally the story of it. There's not much more than that. And then like I guess people were actually watching my like initial Mythic Plus videos, which like when I look back on them, they're super bare boned. Like I don't do anything. Like it's just me playing a dungeon with some bopping tunes in the background, and that's all I wanted to do initially. But then I always got a lot of feedback on what I could improve on and stuff. And it made sense to me, right? Like people were like, we don't like the music. They're wrong, but that's okay. They can be wrong. So I stopped doing the music. And then it was like, well, why do you make these decisions in dungeons? And I was like, oh, I probably should do some commentary. And at the same time, like everyone was like, when's a Windwalker guide coming out? And I was like, oh damn, they want a guide. And then I started doing guides. And yeah, I guess it just kind of like snowballed. But it's only been like 5 months? Yeah, not that long. But yeah, I've really enjoyed it. And honestly, it's made me play better at Windwalker as well. I think, like, actually, like visualizing guides and stuff has helped me play better. I'm not like a god tier player, right? Like, I'm not bad. I'm not gonna say I'm bad, but I'm obviously not like rank 1 in the world. Like, amazing, especially at M+. Like, M+ is like my weaker side of the game. But I learn a lot as well. And then like just getting like people comments and stuff, staying at health and stuff, it just, yeah, makes me feel like helpful in the community. So I really enjoy it. I'm not going anywhere. And then streaming, I think, came, like... Uh-oh. Streaming came as, like, because I was going to... Basically, I joined another guild, so my friend stopped playing the game. And because my friend stopped playing the game, I needed to find a another guild. Because I wanted to still... Because I just made this Windwalker channel, right? And I was like, oh, so... Oh, thanks, everybody. They all just stopped playing the game as I made the channel. So I was like, well, I'm going to have no content. Awesome. I appreciate you all. So I joined another guild. I don't know why they let me in, but they did. And they're, like a Hall of Fame guild. That's cool. And they seem to think I'm good enough to play, so... Yep. But yeah, and so then I was basically, there's going to be a lot of streaming that was going to come up in the future to do with like raiding and stuff, the new tier. So I thought I might as well like, so I'll make the videos anyway for the bosses and guides. I might as well like try stream. But I'd never really streamed before. So I started with the PTR. I thought it was a good place to start because one, I wanted to learn how Windwalker played for next tier to get an idea. But two, I didn't want to go straight in with the brand new raid content. I guess that's kind of the lore of the why I do what I do. But yeah, I think there'll be a lot more YouTube videos coming out when the new tier comes out. What I found the hardest thing with actual YouTube videos, like not like streams and stuff, is that when you're at the end of a season, everybody's kind of seen it all, if that makes sense. Like you don't need a boss guide from me at this point, really, that I haven't already done. And even then, you probably like killed most of the bosses, and if not, then you'll see an old guide. Like I'm not here to milk YouTube videos. Like I don't like I could easily have made like a PTR video for every single like dungeon, every single time Windwalker got a change. I could have made a video, but I was like, well, I've covered it in streams, right? Like I'm not here to like absolutely milk milk videos. I just want to make one video at the end. I don't know. I probably should, but. I'm also I'm a busy man. I don't have time to always play Warcraft. This is some bad damage. I'm not happy. And just there, did you see that? I pressed Conduit the Celestial, and it cancelled itself. Yep. That's alright. It's only my entire burst window. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Narrator. He was not okay with that. I'll need to check that back on footage and make sure nothing interrupted me, like on slow-mo, but I'm like pretty sure that just cancelled. I've already like watched back footage of content like that. It's happened to me at least a few times on the PTR. So, I don't know. I don't think they can fix it. Otherwise, I think they would have started fixing all these channel issues already. I don't know. It hurt, though. That on a 12, I don't think we would have done that. That would have one-shot us. I think we can take him with the pack, maybe? I do see the comments, guys. I do want to glance over and read them. I'll try to find a moment when I'm not looking in the pack, but they look like nice comments. I saw a heart. I'll take it. Thank you. I guess it was well. There was like kind of like an opening for Windwalker PvE content to an extent. Like obviously people like post their videos and stuff. Like there's so many POVs of anything on World of Warcraft related on YouTube. But like I don't know. There's only so many like actual explanations of how to do it. And then on Windwalker there's like barely any, right? No. I can kite this. I can kite this. It's okay. I'm kiting it. Yeah, the input lag is awful. Am I dead? Pop diffuse magic. Sorry, I completely forgot what I was talking about because I was in panic mode there. What was I talking? Oh yeah, there's a lot of PvP Windwalkers as well, I think. I haven't looked too much into it, but from what I've heard, like there's a lot of PvP content. I'm probably never gonna make PvP content. And sorry if that's what you want. I'm just not a PvP player. I suck at it. Like I genuinely do. Like PvP and PvE is so different. I feel like a good PvP player could play PvE. A good PvE player will struggle at PvP. Like, PvP it's insane on this game. Like, there's so much you have to know. You have to know how every single class works, when their cooldowns are. Like, high rank and PvP I'm talking about. Like, you need to know everything. To me, yeah, I'm happy with PvE. I'll keep it like this. Maybe one day I'll dabble just for the fun, but nah, it'll be nothing like actual PvP content. Like, I could make PvP content by researching it, but like, if I feel like you're better off knowing how it actually works. Like, leave it to the people that actually do it. I'm a godsend with 0 Windwalker concurrent heaters. I appreciate that. I don't know if I'm a godsend, but I'm glad I can help. No, yeah, I'm glad I can help. So you might notice, what we didn't do is pull the other side. So on this route that we have, we only do the mini-boss on the right-hand side. And that's just apparently what has been decided is better. I don't know if that's going to be the best case for every dungeon that's going to hurt. No one had an interrupt. Or they did, but it wouldn't cast. So yeah, we didn't do the one on that side. We did the fire one. I'm not too sure the reasoning for it. I'm just following the dungeon guide, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes on here that you need to be aware of. The casts and stuff really hurt. Like, this boss is like insane. You probably should do all the mini bosses to make this easier, but the route we are going right now is just none. Also, I've completely like mistimed all my cooldowns here. Ignore that. Just don't worry about that. You only have to kill Captain Dalecry here, though. You can damage both of them. Because if you damage the other one, it actually deals damage to Dalecry as well. Which is kind of cool. But once you kill Dalecry, the other one will just disappears. Like they never existed. Oh, one Dragon Punch! What can be really scary, though, here, is if you have this set up and they do the... Like, this dog jumps on top of you sometimes. If it jumps on top of you during that fire circle, it holds you in place, and you are... Like this person right here, Savage Mauling. If you get Savage Mauled during the... during the fire circles, you are dead. How do I know that? Great question. It happened to me yesterday. As the spell came in, I was just, I'm dead. There's absolutely nothing you can do against it. Just a bad overlap, I guess. Oh, a lot of movement here, though, during that. Otherwise, it's not too bad. But I think the boss guy that stays here depends on which mini-bosses you do. Yeah, and I think this is just decided as the easier one. I remember there was another one, Elena or something, Eliza. I think we nuked her down bottom or something like that earlier. She is bad. She, like, casts massive radiances and stuff. I don't know if they can be interrupted, I forget. But it was not a good time. So I think it's just been decided that this is the best combination of them. Because at least you can dodge fire to an extent if you pop every single cooldown in your kit. So yeah, that's a good example of getting jumped on by catching Dalecry during the ability. As long as you have Diffuse Magic, Fortifying Brew, Touch of Karma, you'll survive. If you don't, oh well. Good luck. That's not too bad, except for when the boss jumps on you during the fire circles. That is... I've had to pop everything there. Yeah, that's the one that's not kicked, though. She just targets someone. I think you have to deal damage to her to stop it. I'm not sure. It might be a Enrage. I need to double check that. Oh my god. Okay, we're going hard. Oh, we're going so hard here. I have no defensives, which isn't great. I don't think the Consecration Circle actually hurts you when it finishes casting. I think it's... Oh, I don't want to talk. Talking bad. I think it just hurts like the effect on the floor when it spawns in. Don't quote me on that though, but I'm pretty sure I just stood in it there and it didn't it didn't one-shot me. Either way, it's not you don't want to be stood in it. Let's leave it at that. Oh, double tiger palm. Flame strike. Yeah, I stood in it there, so you get like the initial like dot on you, like your screen goes yellow, but it doesn't actually deal damage to you on impact. It'll start ticking down just afterwards, but oh no, come here. Yeah, what did we do yesterday? I think we wiped, didn't we? So it was a bit awkward. That does sound about right. Oh god. It's just it's never-ending fight. Oh? Sacred Toll. Okay. I'll release. I got hit. Sacred Toll just one-shot me. I think that's what Mikey was saying yesterday. He was not having fun with Sacred Toll. Thanks for subscribing, Jack. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Was gonna do Feral, but you have me torn now between Walker and Feral. Thanks for the good content. I don't really know enough about Feral. Isn't Feral all about like dots and bleeds, or is it a little bit different? I guess it depends on your playstyle, right? I'm not a massive fan of dots, like dot classes. Maybe as a caster, I could justify it, but as a melee, that just sounds horrendous. Constantly tab targeting, and yeah, that doesn't sound fun. That sounds like my definition of not fun. I don't really want to pop cooldowns right now. The issue is I just died, so everything's back up, but these guys are about to finish. I think I'll get more value from using everything on the boss. It also means the boss will be faster. I might have been able to, but I don't know. It's the issue with this massive burst build, right? Is that you just get punished for anything bad that happens. If you die, you're massively punished. Three players need to go in. Three of us need to go in the circle. So this boss is kind of crazy, right? He spawns hammers that spin around. That's fine. You should probably stack up for this mechanic. If you stack up, like, because they spawn in locations, then you move them to like the other side. You're probably fine. He then like does massive circles on the floor, which is just a move out, like pretty simple. But then he spawns a sacrificial pyre, and each orb of light players have to go into it, like that many, like it has to pop that many times, and it ramps up. Like I think at the end of the fight it gets to 5, and I don't know if it puts a nasty dot on you, but yeah, I don't know if like each player has to run into it if that's the intention, but I feel like yeah, I'm just bleeding out to something. Potentially, like I was just bleeding out to flame there because I took it twice, but if I didn't take that there, I think we would have wiped. I had diffuse magic on for the first half of it, so I mean maybe I could have removed. Like see now 5, so we all got to go in this once, I think. but not that fast because it does AoE damage. Okay. Yep. I probably should have looked where I was rezzed. Awesome. We literally did what before the wall within? I feel like I missed something. Oh, bleeds. I didn't play Windwalker in Shadowlands. Dragonflight. We didn't put bleeds on targets in Dragonflight. We stood in a crappy blue line that didn't allow us to move. It was horrendous. Is that what we're talking about? Bleeds? Yeah. The druid's gone offline. I think the issue is with this boss is, so you have the sacrificial pit, so because we didn't have comms with the two players, I don't think they went in, but I think every player has to take a dot, right? But you don't take them all at once because I think it does AoE damage, but if you take two, you just bleed out to the nasty dot. So I took two on the first one, and I just went nuts. Oh, tab targeting. Oh yeah, no, I hate tab targeting. Yeah, no, I hated that. I hated having to tab target for Mark of the Crane. It was just like rushing Jade Wind, like coming in the wall within was massive. Like Dragonfly, yeah, not fun. I don't think, yeah, I think this guy's offline, which kind of sucks. I'm glad we don't have to do it anymore. Like in Dragonflight, you really, like in season 1, like you really don't have to tab target. Like there's so few situations, unless you like, you pretty much have to put yourself in a situation where you have to tab target. Not a thing in season 2, really. Yeah, and then Dragonflight, I hated it. It felt so stupid because it also worked with oh, what's it called? It also, like, it was the same implication with Skyreach, right? Like each thing you pressed, like a different Tiger Palm on, like, got the stack. It sucked. It was stupid. Okay, so this is an awful overlap, right? Okay, and I'm back in the circles. No, I absolutely hate tab targeting. I feel like it's probably easier as a ranged, right? Because I imagine range. I don't play range. I imagine you guys click target with that. Is that right in saying? The mages, like the mages and stuff, tab target. Is it more click? I feel like if I was stood in the background, it'd probably be easier to click stuff. I don't know. You can tell that I'm not a range player, right? I'd recommend Windwalker for any season, so I don't know. I'm a little bit of a biased. It does put a dot on you, by the way. You can see on that mist sweep. Okay, they all just kept... I mean, that was just my stupidity.
It's just a bit hard without comms with the healer, like, don't know when we can clear the...
Yeah, he took 3 stacks there. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's... I haven't tried it. I can try it.
Yeah, but I mean, if everyone just goes once,
I might die. Like, if I took 3, I'd probably die before I even got the diffuse off, though. If that makes sense. Maybe you could take 2, diffuse, and take the other. I need to test it. I haven't tested it. Yeah, yeah, so, like, would I recommend Windwalker? I mean, yes. Of course I would. But obviously I'm a little bit of a biased counsel for that. I think they've helped Windwalker a lot from season 1. If you've
like you can't insta-pop them all because it does so much AoE as well.
yeah, you can't insta-pop, I don't think. And then Yeah, it knocks you back as well, so the same player can't like insta-pop them all. Like, I don't know what situation... Like, as well as that, I don't really know what situation Outlaw's in. Like, are they in a bad spot? I don't see them much. I saw them a lot more in Dragonflight. Let's say that. Alright, let's see if we can diffuse magic this. One. No. You cannot. I still have the debuff on me. Sad. Classic diffuse magic tech. Works 60% of the time. Every time. Wait, no. Works 60% of the time. None of the time. Oh my god, we're going in again. Not like this. What was that damage? And then he casts inside his little circle. This boss is cooked. Don't miss that sky reach, but do miss Mark the Crane. I don't know, just feels like an identity thing. It is an identity thing. Yeah, I think we just got one deek by the like overlap of the circles his cast at the same time, so we went to pop, and then he did these massive circles and casted, so no one was by him. Like, it was just, yeah, not great. Yeah, I mean, Mark of the Crane is an identity thing, right? It's kind of like... yeah, it was the kick. He cast whilst those circles came in. So, yeah. It's called Burning Light or something. Yeah. They basically just threw Mark of the Crane out the window, and they like didn't even really say anything about it. They just said, removing this talent. And it's like, oh, yes, the... the thing that monks have played around for like literally a decade. Oh yeah, okay. So it's a bit strange it's gone in that regard. Yeah, potentially. I mean, I probably could have done it if I noticed he was casting and then just rolled out. I just didn't realize he was casting, and until it was just too late. What? Wait, the boss needs to be pulled faster. But, I mean, that's my fault as well for standing right next to him, but... I really needed to be... I refuse I was in that, but okay. I didn't play Season 1 Windwalker, and it felt lackluster when I swapped to Outlaw. I felt a bit better number-wise, rotationally. I just love the high APM of both specs. I just worried about the scaling for Windwalker. I mean, I think Windwalker's in a good place. I think it's probably going to be, like, similar to Outlaw, where Outlaw's probably not meta, right? They're going to be the same. If you like the high-paced APM, then you'll really like Celestial Conduit. Because it is actually kind of like, it's kind of crazy how fast you're pressing buttons when you got like the big full combo going. Shadowpan's definitely slower, so I guess if you're like comparing Shadowpan to it, yeah. But if you try out like Windwalker for like the first week, even on some target dummies or maybe one dungeon, you'll see what I mean. Like when you're in your Celestial Conduit like Unity within window, the APM is really high. It's really fun. Our single target's really good next season, like pretty damn good. Our AoE's like alright. Alright, I guess. But like our burst is insane. Oh, why am I on the ground? Just got hit by the bloody hammer. I don't know how I'm going to do progress raiding and stream at the same time. I think it's going to have to be like a situation where I'm not really talking for progress raiding. It sounds like a cop-out, but like I genuinely distract myself so often by talking whilst I play. Like I can't multitask. You think I can multitask? Multitasking is impossible. So like I imagine during progress it's going to be one of those things where I literally am just playing the game, which I don't know if that's like great to watch, but I feel like I'm
I guess that's the hard overlap. Like maybe you should just bait the hammer things elsewhere first and then solve the things after. Because it's spawning on top of the thing now if you go instant there.
Yeah, I think it's a hammer spawns in, everybody needs to be stacked and then move the second. I mean, I just got caught out by a hammer there. I was in it obviously, but it didn't feel like I was in it. It just like they come out really fast and they just grow in size. But if everybody's oh, go on.
Yeah, I think once the thing spawns, we just stack elsewhere, and then after the hammers come, then we can soak in peace. Like,
Yeah, because the issue with the hammers is if people are spread out and they spawn, then the whole room's filled with hammers, and you're trying to dodge them at the same time. Will I have guides up for patch launch already, or waiting until season start? I'm waiting till the season starts. I won't have them up before Tuesday. Like I'm making the guide right now for season 2, but I'm not gonna, even if I finished it before Tuesday, I wouldn't put it up on Tuesday in case they do last minute tuning that needs like addressing. But it'll definitely be up for actual season 2. I'd probably imagine like midway through the first week. Probably sounds like reasonable. Oh, like it's crazy. Like the basically, yeah. Maybe we call this one. Maybe we call this one. We are a player down. I need to get a drink, to be honest. Does it happen to you as well that you get spinning crane kick randomly cancelled for no clear reason? Yep, it's a common bug with Windwalker Monk. And it's not just spinning crane kick, it is also Celestial Conduit. That is on the PTR specifically. I have had it on live to an extent. So it's not just a PTR problem, but Conduit the Celestial will also just instantly stop casting. And it generally happens like on the first tick. So like it will do the first tick and then just stop. It's a horrendous bug. There's no one really knows the cause of it. Like people have tried to work out what it is, but there's just like there's nothing that like looks obvious to triggering it. It looks like it, I don't know. I couldn't even explain what the issue is. But yeah, they're both channels, right? There's a channel bug basically in the game at the moment. I've heard other classes have similar sort of things. But obviously Celestial Conduit is our massive ability, right? Like this is gonna feel a lot worse than a spinning crane kick. Let me tell you that. I don't think I've seen anywhere that Blizzard have addressed it. They're definitely not fixed it. It's cancelled for me today. I don't notice spinning crane kick ones as much, but I definitely noticed the Celestial Conduit ones. So no, it's not just you. You're probably not pressing a button whilst it's casting. It is just a thing. It's been on live since the start of the war then. It's been heavily like a heavily mentioned bug, I guess, in the Windwalker. Like if you type Peak of Serenity and you type like a search up spinning crane kick bug, you got a lot to read on that. But yeah, I'm just gonna take a quick break, guys. Just 5 minutes. Let me get maybe a warm coffee. Maybe a warm coffee. I'll get a yeah. Maybe a warm. Yeah, I've said warm coffee like 3 times in a row. Sorry, I was talking. I was talking in party chat. Have I said that I can't multitask? I won't be long. I won't be long. And then we'll run some more keys. My timer is bugged. Oh.
Or the guild meet.
Oh yeah, no worries, mate. All right. Well, I'll probably catch you later then. I'll turn up at some point. I think I'll just keep doing some keys till 8, and then I'll turn in for the guild meeting while we cook some one-armed bandit or something.
Yeah. I mean, have to go back in that dungeon someday though to learn it. Seems a bit tough.
I think it was a lot better yesterday. I don't know what was going on with that one today. It just yeah, it felt a lot worse. It's why like I said Priory and Cinderbrew are just like they can just go out of control so quickly. I'm sure it'll be fine on live. I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll go in here on a 10 and we'll just clean it. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I'll catch you later.
Easier with the 5 stack as well.
Yeah. All right, yeah, I'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah.
Oh no. I did that thing where I say goodbye while someone's still talking. I'm so cringe. I make myself crease all the time. Dungeons aren't over, guys, just because I'm not in a guild group. I will still do dungeons. Yeah, you can see that all these groups still up. We're not done. We're not done. It's just a 5-minute break. But it will be pug. So if anyone wants to do dungeons, spooks, if you're still here and you do a key, let me know what your character is beforehand because I do just get meta brain. I won't be long, guys. Let me sort this out. Oh man, we've got a meeting later to cook up some mythic strats. It's gonna be fun. Yes, he is. All right, won't be too long, guys. Quick break on that one. A bit faster than I thought it was going to be. I was only getting juice. Robinson squash is the best. Anyone that says otherwise doesn't know what they're talking about. Oh, healer. Sweet. I was thinking about what dungeons I wanted to do. So, realistically, I've done a lot of these dungeons in my past videos that you'll be able to, like, if you really wanted to see, you could look at the runs on those. What I haven't really done a lot of is Rookery. Cinderbrew, I'm just not going to do it today. Just because I know it's unfeasible. It is horrendous dungeon. I've done Cinderbrew runs before that you can check out, but Rookery is like one of those dungeons I haven't done a lot of, and I want to actually get some playtime in this one. So we'll do Rookery. Let's actually queue up for it in the right section. It's actually so annoying when you don't have a keystone. And we'll see what we can get. See who we can nab. So these are pug dungeons now. I don't know. That guild run didn't go great. We only had like 3 of us. When you don't have like full communication, it can be rough. Like the Theatre Pain was like a pretty much full guild group, and that went a lot smoother. But yeah, I don't know what was happening in that Priory of Flame. I mean, it didn't help that a player left or right, but oh my god, those things some of those things just hit like a truck. Feral time. You're cute as a healer. Do you need to switch spec spook because your class is a healer right now? They act like there's no bug at all. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Blizzard aren't bringing up the bugs because they don't have a solution to it, and they don't want to draw attention to it, right? Because not everybody knows that there's like bugs in the game for like channels and stuff, and if they bring it up, then they're only causing like hell for themselves. Oh, that's not me. Oh, I don't know who that is. I don't know who I invited. There's someone. That must be a guildie then. Oh, that might be, okay, that's cool. With a healer. I'll take a warlock, because they kind of look crazy, didn't they? I'd like to see how their damage does. I don't know who to take. 50-50, we'll take Chewbacca, because I like the name. Not because he's higher item level. Item level means nothing here. I didn't differentiate there. And now we'll just wait for a tank. New to Windwalker Monk, how do you feel about Season 2 compared to Season 1? Good question. Season 2, I think, is looking positive for us. Season 1, I think we're in a bit of a rut. Like, I'm not saying we were bad in Season 1. Like, on paper, we were, like, mid to low. But I don't really take paper into consideration. Like, a player can be... Like, you can out-DPS other players who are playing Flavor of the Month, right, with a spec that's not good, just because you play it better, you played it lots, like, you have a lot of practice on it, stuff like that, so... I like to look at it in the sense of how is it compared to Season 1 in terms of, like, quality of life and builds and stuff like that, and I think there's just... My favorite part about what they've done for Season 2, they've allowed us to actually use our other hero talent. Okay, this is... I'm gonna take this for warrior. Yeah, like, Season 2, they've made Celestial Conduit really good. They've actually taken the time to do some quality of life fixes. Like, there's a lot that I wish they would have actually fixed with Windwalker and looked at, and I know a lot of other Windwalkers have had, like, the same opinions of, like, they've done some good things, but they haven't for others. Like, the channel bug that I'm talking of, like, that's massive, and that's really going to impact Celestial Conduit, for instance. It also expects Spinning Crane Kick, which you're pressing a lot of the time, aren't you? Having one of those cancel, it just feels bad. Making Zwan's Bond, like, this was a great quality of life. Making this 30 seconds instead of, like, losing time every time you spent chi. It made this really awkward to actually take, even with Celestial Conduit in Season 1. So this is a super viable build. Shadowpan's also super viable. They haven't really done much with Shadowpan, but I don't think that's the end of the world. It means they'll at least be, like, a familiar... hero talent going into Season 2 that, like, you're used to. So if you, like... Celestial, like, feels very overwhelming to start with. Oh, the healer left. If Celestial Conduit feels, like, really awkward to... Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, but I need to start this group again. I thought we had a full group. Rookery, Mythic, 12. Yeah, like, Shadowpan's pretty much the same. Like, there'll be a few rotational differences, but like when you play it, you'll be like, oh, this is very familiar. Like, the main difference really is you can take talents like Swan Spawn now for Shadow Pan, which means that actually you'll be getting 1 minute 30 cooldown windows rather than 2 minutes, which kind of feels nice, right? This is a good talent to take. We've got different builds you can go. You can go the lightning build for Shadow Pan. You can actually go the slicing winds build for Shadow Pan. You can go lightning and slicing winds and get rid of some of the stuff in the middle. You can do the same for Celestial Conduit, and they're all like competitive with each other. Like, some are obviously a bit better than others, but like on a whole, like there's a lot of viability build wise, like, which is almost like the opposite to season 1, where you had one set build that you went all content. There's actual choice. You can actually get some agency when playing Windwalker this season. I imagine eventually it will like reach a point where this is the best build you go, right? That's just how the game works, how players work, how we like how games are played nowadays, right? Eventually one build always supersedes the rest. But overall, like, I'm happy with where it's at. I think, yeah, quality of life's been good, making Celestial Conduit actually viable. Like, it was in a horrible spot in Season 1. Like, genuinely horrendous the way that the cooldown windows worked. Do we have a set to 12? I think I do. So we press this on that rookery, and we type in the number 12, and we pop that there, and we are sorted. And then I press Spatial Rift. I don't know why. I think if you played Windwalker in Season 1, you'll be happy with the changes. And if you don't like a certain build, that's okay, because then you can just go another one. Like, if you didn't like Shadow Pan in Season 1, you were a little bit stuffed, right? Because that was the build. Like, you were kind of trolling if you went Celestial Conduit early on. Like, now in Mythic, you can actually go Celestial Conduit if you're like the right build and everything. Like, it's actually viable on a lot of the Mythic bosses, but previously, like, you were genuinely trolling yourself, like, damage-wise and everything. Like, it felt bad. I think that, like, that kind of sucks, because we only have one DPS spec, right? We're not like a rogue where, okay, Outlaw's not performing that great, I don't like how Outlaw works, I'm going to play sub. Oh, I enjoy sub, I'll just play this. You know what I mean? So we really needed to have our hero talents. I'm glad they actually did something about it, because not good. Not good. I really like Celestial Conduit. I'm going to try actually focus in this key. I will still like talk and stuff here and there, but I'm actually going to try focus on the rotation, because I definitely noticed I was not playing as well as I could have in Priory. And it kind of goes back to my point of during like actual progress raiding and stuff, when that comes around, I probably will like, I just distract myself too much. You guys are too distracting in a good way. You're distracting, but in a good way. But I'm not. I won't be the reason my guild wipes on a boss that should be a kill. I will refuse to let that be a situation. What are we doing then? Pulling it all. There. Instantly got aggro after one tiger palm. Fair. Everybody in the group got hit by that frontal. Fair. Okay. Oh my god, they didn't. Oh. Oh no, I don't even know how to... You are not running out. You died as well. Okay, he's resetting. Every single person in the group got hit by... Not me, obviously, because I'm a god gamer, but... Obviously not me, because I'm a good gamer, yeah. I just watched the health bars and everybody dropped. Tank, DPS. Pretty much everyone. I think 1 or 2 people survived, but... Resetted. Resetted? It's not a word, but they know what I mean. You don't need to speak perfect English in WoW. In life, actually. There's a life lesson for you. Sometimes perfect English, not good. Sometimes average English, okay. You've been cooking up a spec on your feral. Like a homebrew spec, Spooks?
4, 3, 2,
Yeah.
1.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, that 12 had an 122% multiplier. So that's what I say when I say a 12 is pretty much easier than a 10 this season. a 10 is like 133. They've massively reduced scaling. So on paper, yeah, easier. Obviously, at the start of the season, it won't be because people haven't haven't played these dungeons. He's casting his frontal. Naughty boy. That wasn't too bad. That was some cheeky damage. And I don't have to hold Touch of Death anymore for the affix, because it's 12, obviously. Obviously no affix. So the Rookery is alright. I feel like we're going to struggle on the second boss the most, because I think the second boss actually requires you to have done it before. There's a certain way you actually have to play it. Like, it's all about area denial, right? It's a huge aerial denial fight, and the way that the boss targets people is very specific. It's based on like who's the furthest player away and stuff like that. This boss is fine. This boss is chill. He's chilling. And the last boss I also think is really chill. But I feel like if you're gonna be like wiping, this tank aggro. If you're wiping on this dungeon, it is gonna be because you are on the second boss and not having a good time. I'm just watching players' health bars. They're just dropping. Ow. Ow? Alright, bro. Chill with your AoE damage. Energized barrage? No thanks. Please don't. Are the only tuning notes this week enhancement nerfs? Yes. Like, that's crazy, right? Like, I was talking to my guild whilst we were doing M+, and the notes came out, and we were, like, wondering what they were going to do. And they post these notes, and all it is enhancement tuning. Like, what do you mean? This is, like, the final, like... I guess the final, like, change before, like, live, right? I guess they'll do maybe one more on actual, like, the Tuesday of it. But, like, think about that. That's all that they think needed tuning right now. That is crazy. That is some crazy stuff. I don't know what they're cooking up there. I guess every spec's in a perfect place, right? That must mean what that means. Yeah? Everybody's good. We're all exactly where we want to be right now. There you can see the Unity Within bug. Because I'm on 150 latency, what I try to do is always proc it before it finishes, but sometimes I can't because of input lag. And why I do that is because if it sometimes gets to the end, and when it's meant to proc, it just doesn't. And there you can see it didn't, so I didn't get my heart window. And that's a bug you're going to be seeing on live, unless there's some drastic change in the next week. There's, yeah, so many bugs with Conduit the Celestial. Well, I say so many. There's 2 of them, but they both are really bad. Like, they are bad bugs. And it sucks, because I don't want that to be the reason, like, people don't play it. Because they're like, well, my damage is going to get tanked because I keep getting this, desync, or, like, basically not getting my ability. Please! I only have so many interrupts. I guess I could have ring a piece there, but... yeah. I only have so many interrupts. But yeah, like, that's my biggest concern about Conduit the Celestial. It's just all these bugs with it. Shadow Pan, the only bug you really have to worry about, like, broadly speaking, is the spinning crane kick one. Conduit, it just feels so bad. Like, your big burst window just stopped because... just because. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, if there was a trigger that we knew about, then at least then you can, like, avoid the trigger, right? There's no trigger that we know about. Deal with it. But it's like it's definitely worth bringing attention to. It's not just Windwalker that suffer with this. It needs to be addressed. Like, genuinely does. Like, if it was a recent bug and just on the PTR, right, that had just come in for this season, then sure, maybe something went wrong. It's been around since, like, the season 1. I don't know when it started, but it's been around since the start, all these channel bugs. They feel bad. And Blizzard, like, people made, they definitely post, Blizzard know. But then you could say the same about any Windwalker bug that's ever been, like, made. It always gets posted and told to Blizzard. Is it going to get fixed? No, probably not. Best I can do is removing Mark of the Crane. I like this dungeon for Windwalker. I think there's a lot of, like, nice pack amounts. I also like Prior of the Sacred Flame for Windwalker. I think the pack pulls you can do there are good. The Hero of Pain's good, but I feel like actually the pack pulls aren't great for Windwalker. Overall, actually, it's not just Windwalker, just in general. I feel like overall the dungeon damage is, like, less. Because there's a lot of, like, one pack pulls you do in that dungeon. Big circles, just don't stand in someone else's. More big circles, just don't stand in those. There was a lot of mobility there, so I kind of got a little bit screwed. And then he shoots out his orbs. You can kind of predict where they're going to be initially. And then it's just movement. And you probably just want to move as a group. Like in theory, you can transcendence these, but, like, realistically, you do not have to be transcendencing these. Oh, that Warlock had no idea what just happened. He just went offline! I hate Warcraft players. What do you mean? You can't just get one shot by a mechanic and go offline. Oh, it's if I don't laugh, I cry. Like, honestly. So that's this key just tanked now. It's just annoying. It is just annoying, but, like, honestly, if I don't laugh, I will cry. Because it's the whole PTR. This happens. People will just go offline. On live, you don't really get people that just go offline, right? People actually want to finish dungeons for the chance of their loot, you know? A chance of their loot, maybe some crests, like, you don't just log off online unless, like, you've had the worst run of your life and you're tilted out your mind. On PCR, no one cares. And it feels really bad for learning. So now I have to remake this group to do this dungeon again. It just feels horrendous. Very frustrating. Oop. But honestly, this boss is definitely killable with 3 players. So, probably down this boss. Did not have to go offline for that one, I'll be honest. I think... I don't even know. He was just not happy. Not a happy chappy with that. He, when the boss jumps back in, he stood where the lightning orb is. Like, he summons, like... you can tell where the boss is going to land. And he was... he was stood on top of that. Got one shot and went offline. Oh. Good times. But I like this boss. You can... when I... like, this is what I was saying. This boss is chill. Like, we can easily do this boss with just a tank, healer, and... okay, no healer, because the healer stood in the electricity too. We can maybe do this with just a tank and a DPS. I don't know. Might have to be vivifying a few times. It's just a dodge mechanic fight. The second one actually would... if people didn't leave, the second one would actually be a nightmare to do. Because I feel like you actually have to explain stuff. I have progged it. I don't know when I progged it. Like a couple of weeks ago, I progged the Rookery. It was one of those progs that didn't feel too bad because none of us had done it. Oh, Celestial Conduit, heal me a bit. Okay, that was like nothing. Thank you, I appreciate you. I'm just gonna try like heal up every time I get my Vivify on my Insta Vivify. So in about 5 seconds, I'll just do it again. I'll Karma that and then Insta Vivify. Yeah, I think we can two-man this. Like, it's really not that bad. But I think we do have to call it after this boss and just go again. This might hurt. Yeah, that will hurt. I didn't have a defensive for that. And if we get it again, do I die? No, we're fine. We're fine. Oh, good times. I might die during this, actually. Oh, no, I've defused. We're fine. And that's your two-man Kyrios. Definitely doable. You don't have to go offline. I promise you. Oh man, I don't know if we continue this because it's just gonna be it's gonna be like the Priory again, where the Priory was like hard as it is, but like it's just not fun. Hold on, 1, 2. Well, actually, if anybody wants to stay, but I know we can't 4-man this. It's just not gonna be fun. I can see this guy is just like contemplating life right now. It's fine. I know he won't. He won't. He does not have to go. I promise you, he does not have to go. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to go. That guy's gonna queue up to the next key that I see. Oh, the classic. Yeah, sorry. I gotta go now. Oh, that's fair. People really take the PTR so seriously or unseriously, it's crazy. Yeah, just because you're not punished for it. I mean, I understand it, right? Like, you're not attached to it, you don't care. So for me, it's a bit more because I'm trying to like stream these dungeons and like stuff. So it's a little bit like, it sucks a bit more for me, I think. But I get why people leave, but it's also like a bit like shit, like, isn't it? Like, it just feels bad because you got 4 other players. It's like playing a League of Legends match and then like your mid laner leaves and you're just like, okay, well, I guess we lose now. Like, it just feels bad when you're playing a cooperative game. But yeah, like it was what it is. It is what it is. Sad to see Org back in meta. I'll be playing Mistweaver again unless the disc gap is as big as this season. I'm not too sure how healers are doing right now. I know Resto Shaman and Holy Paladin are not good, right? Just from like speaking to my guild, like proper people that play healer. I think one spec at least of the priests will be viable, right? Like they're pretty good at the moment. And Mistweaver. I think Mistweaver is also good. But I'm not like the healer. I only know what other people tell me. With healing and stuff. I'm an atrocious healer. You'd never want me in your +2. I would wipe us. I'll keep answering. Let's keep talking. Let me just start a dungeon. We'll do the Rookery again, Spooks. Just because I actually want to do it. Like, I actually want practice on this dungeon. That's just sad. I don't know why they feel bad about those nerfs for Enhanced. The class is already broken so much and it was nearly cornered by the patch. I think from my actual understanding, those changes didn't matter. Like they're not actually a nerf or a buff. I think just from like looking at what people have said, they're just like, it's like neutral changes. So I don't think Enhanced is going anywhere. Can I play the game? Yeah, man, get in here. Of course you can. What a note. Can I play the game? I'm sure you can. People really take... Oh, yeah. Yeah, literally zero consequences. It just is what it is. That was my PTR experience. Yeah, it's a lot of players' PTR experiences. I mean, I've had good days and I've had bad days. This is probably... Which sucks because this is the last day I'm doing PTR streaming. Like, good days in terms of, like, just answering questions and stuff. But the actual keys and stuff, it's honestly been a bad day. We had that rough one at the start, the, like, literal Severn, which, just we wiped on, like, the first past trash pack or 2. That was horrible. Even some of the guild... The Theatre of Pain was fine. I made mistakes in there, and that was just on me. Priory was insanely horrible, and then Rookery, yeah, just people going offline, and people went offline the Priory as well. But then I've had days where, like, I've had actual groups that just stayed in and tried to learn stuff. It just depends on the type of person you are, how much time you have, if you actually care enough. But it's no biggie. But I would have liked maybe a more consistent key runs for this last stream, so I apologize for that, but it's a little bit out of my hands, so I can only take a little bit of the responsibility. I'll take half. No, wait, cut that. I'll take 30%. There you are. That's as good as you get. Leveling my Windwalker after seeing how fun they are. It's ironic because I'll be sitting my Feral out in Season 2, which they will be strongest. They have been in a long time. Are Feral good, are they? I remember Feral were in a good state in Dragonflight Season 3. Feral was so good that they took it to the Race to World first, and it had been like, I want to say a decade since they took it previously. That might be a little bit much, but you know what I mean. Like, Feral, like, it's like Windwalker. Windwalker hadn't been taken to since Razagath until it was taken to Firak. I think they took it on a Windwalker. Something like that. My memory's a little bit hazy, but like there's some specs that just don't get taken to Race to World first. So obviously they're min-maxing out their goddamn mines, which is fair. If Feral's in a good place, then yeah, play it. Like, play at the end of the day, play what you have fun playing. I don't know. I've never been a flavor of the month player. It's like on other games as well. Like I'm the same. I like one-trick stuff. I don't know. So like flavor of the month's fine, but I feel like the issue with flavor of the month is you start playing it because you know it's good, but then you're either not having fun of it or you don't quite understand how the spec works, and you're trying to learn this entire brand new thing. And then by the time you've actually learned it, it's no longer flavor of the month, and you've moved on to the next. And then you have to, then because you're a flavor of the month player, you're moving on to the next one. It's kind of like one of those, right? I don't know. That's just it's mindset on stuff. Like nothing against people that play flavor of the month. Meta's meta, isn't it? You like if you play another game, you're probably going to play like the best classes, right? It just is what it is. This talent tree feels a lot better. Oh, the Feral one. That's good. Yeah, I need to zone in and play better for sure. No, that's how I feel when I'm chatting all the time. I constantly zone out answering a question because my mind cannot contemplate two things at once. No worries getting hit by stuff. Like I don't expect people to play amazingly on the PTR. Just not to go offline. Like I don't mind wiping and stuff to learn it because people that haven't played this, that's fine. But it's when people go offline and stuff, that's a little bit frustrating. It's like that Priory. I didn't mind progging it to an extent. It got a little bit bad after a while with someone offline, but there's always a breaking point, isn't there? You should give Mistweaver a shot. It's actually fun. Just stomp and spin to win. Yeah, I don't like Jadefire's stomp. I know it's not as bad as a healer because I used to like complain to my Mistweaver like guildie. Like I was like, "Do you hate Jadefire's stomp as much as me?" And he was like, not really. Like it wasn't an issue for him. Whereas Windwalker, we had to like literally stand inside of it constantly, and sometimes it wouldn't like it was horrendous. Like I don't think it's as bad for Mistweaver. I don't know how it is now, but they never had the issues I had. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. I've tried Brewmaster. I've leveled as a Brewmaster, and I'll probably like do Brewmaster to a bit, but I don't know. Healing's like a whole nother thing. I've only got so much brain capacity. Like it's not like I've never played Mistweaver before. But I actually prefer healing. I'm one of those people that if I heal, I like healing on a class that only heals. So, like Mistweaver, like you kick a lot and stuff, you're doing damage. I prefer playing Holy Priest. That's just my favorite form of healing. A healer that just heals. Obviously Holy Priest can do damage, right? But you know what I mean. Like predominantly, their entire goal is to keep everybody alive and heal. I don't want to be faffing about with damage and stuff. Like that's why I didn't like Disc, because Disc like gets a lot of its healing from damage, right? I hope it still does. I haven't played them in a while. Please don't take what I'm saying as completely accurate. What trinket should we have on our scope from what you've seen so far? So the two trinkets that I'm running right now, I have Kazan, which is a good luck ever getting this trinket sort of thing, because it drops from Gallywix. So, and it's a rare trinket. Let me just double check that, because I'm 90% sure it is. Let me just double check that. Oh, okay. No, even better. It's not a rare trinket from Gallywix, but still good luck getting that because everybody in the game was going to want this trinket. Like, I'm not even joking. It's so good. The other one is House of Cards, which is another good luck ever getting this, because everybody in the game is pretty much wanting this. Anyone that values Mastery at all, or 1 minute 30 cooldowns, it will be after this. So, I don't know, unless you're like #1 loot priority in your guild, or you have really good RNG in your vaults, these are going to be hard to get. So an alternative that's looking fairly decent, at the moment, like there will be other ones that are like takeable, but one that comes to mind from actual dungeons, you could get this week 1M plus, is Signet of the Priory. It works kind of similarly to House of Cards, right? Where it's an agility stat stick, you'll get your highest secondary stat, which could either be mastery or haste, depending. If it's mastery, then it works pretty much the exact same as what's he called? The House of Cards. The only downside is it's a 2-minute cooldown, right? So you are losing that value from Conduit the Celestials. Like, you can't line it up every time. But this is nice for... this is very nice for Shadowpan. Other trinkets are Delve trinkets, to be honest, that look actual decent. And it's things like the same ones from Season 1. Do you remember the Candlestick Haste one? I think that's a good one. I think there's one called... Hold on, let me get my notes up. I actually do get my notes up for this. The Spelunker's Waning Candle, Warning Candle, Shadowbinder's Ritual Knife, Concoction Kiss of Death, and Quick Candlestick is the one I was talking about. But they're all Delve trinkets, so the issue with those is they'll be good for you to more likely get early on, but obviously they're going to get outscaled really quickly. That's the only downside of Delve trinkets, but any of those are looking good, like, initially. But that'll be... I'll cover all this in my... guide, but you might do delves before that guide comes out, so just don't delete any trinkets you have. What stats are good for Windwalker next season? They buff mastery or something else? Yeah, let me show you. So, also we haven't no healers signing up for this, which is awesome. I'll just leave the group up. This is a great example. So this is me on the PTR with gear that's kind of... I tried to make my gear as accurate to what the Sims say is like best stat-wise for the end of the tier. Like, so I tried to make it as accurate as possible. You can see here that haste and mastery are insanely like prioritized over crit and verse. So crit and verse are pretty much something you never want to have on your gear. Haste and mastery, the difference is that mastery is actually better for conduit, and haste is kind of better for like Shadowpan. So you're going to want haste mastery gear, but you'll want to find some balance where for conduit you can have it more mastery focused and more haste for Shadowpan. So I don't know how you're going to do that, because you obviously don't want to be buying different sockets for every Mythic Plus you do, right? That sucks. It'll be more the case of probably you have like a different pair of wrists or something, or a different like boots wrist setup for each one. Basically, you're going to need to make use of your actual inventory equipment save things. Oh my god, what have I just done? Oh no, this is not the... What have I just done? Oh, you are joking. Okay, let's see if I can remember. Age? Yeah, it's called the Ageless Serpent Kit. Oh my god, I did not just do that. Yep, okay, that looks somewhat fine. Where's my Jester's ring? Okay. Oh, it's Jaster, isn't it? That looks right. Yep, that's fine. Alright, sorted. No, not fine. I need my two-hander. Do. If I type 2H... No, what's it called? It's called, Big Fat Stick. It's not. It's called Bifowler Syringe. There we go. Yeah, you want to make use of actual inventory and have gear in your bags that you use for your different setups, more than likely. Which is probably something you should do anyway. Make use of gear sets. Oh, healer. Feral's in a very good spot. It has one of the best AoE damage profiles there at the moment. Their cleave and pro damage is really good. Oh, awesome. I like it when specs that are kind of always on the outskirts get some love. Like, like Feral is like more often than not at the bottom, like set of damage wise. If you look at like raid statistics and stuff like that, they're always, you always see like an orange line at the bottom, and you know what it is. You don't have to double check. You know exactly what it is. I mean, I can't really speak. You always see this this teal color. at the bottom as well. So that's fine. That just means when you out DPS other people, you just feel better, or they feel worse. Whatever way you want to look at it. Yeah, the loot is the same, just new eye levels. Ahmed. Yes, sir. There's also 2 new delves dropping. That actually are in the new area. Oh no, I need to reset this instance. They're gonna find out. Oh god, no. Oh god, they see my shame. Nothing to see here, gentlemen. A wiped key? No. I just didn't reset it from the other day. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The ritual knife was simming high on my Havoc Demon Hunter for a while. Yeah, monk be nimble, monk be quick. Yeah, so there'll be good like trinkets to get in delves. Obviously, delves is another RNG get lucky sort of thing. Like I remember when season 1 came out and I did delves at the start. In the actual week 1 of like the season when the raids came out, and I got like 3 capes in a row, all from delves, and I was just like, why? When other people were getting maps and stuff that gave them better gear, I got 3 capes. I was just like, what is this game? why am I playing this? This is ridiculous. I don't know if anyone else got some awful RNG on that, but that was great. I didn't get any trinkets either. But when I first started playing The War Within, and I got the trinket, the one that says be nimble, be quick, I thought that was specifically a monk trinket. I don't know why. Just because it sounds like flavorful for monk. Like monk be nimble, monk be quick. Until someone posted Death Knight be nimble and Death Knight be quick, and I was like, oh, it's okay. So it's an everybody flavor trinket then. I was a bit disappointed because it did sound very in flavor for monk. Hello, mate. You going to release the War Within Windwalker guide for season 2, like talent rotations? I will. It probably won't be this week because there'll still be some tuning on the Tuesday of launch. Although it's not the end of the world, right? In that first week, all you can do are delves, right? And maybe some like heroics and stuff. I don't even think you can do M0. So obviously it's good to get a head start. I know Pika Serenity are probably going to release their stuff on Monday and stuff. That's what they plan to do. They've helped me with stuff as well for my guide, which is really awesome of them. They did not have to, but they have. So that's really cool. So the idea is to get it out during that initial week, just in case there's any like last minute tuning as well. So even if I had it done before the Tuesday of like the US reset, I wouldn't post it because if let's say they did some massive tuning to Windwalker, suddenly my Windwalker guide for season 2 isn't correct, and that's bad. That's bad. Yeah, I don't really want to. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me. Frontal, watch out, everybody. Smile. Oh my god, everybody survived. This is the one. This is the key. We're cooking now. Oh, he turned around. He stopped casting as well. He casted, stopped the cast midway through, turned to look directly at me and started casting again. Like, what? What do you... What a nasty quartermaster. There should be bad luck protection with Delve loot. There should be bad luck protection from all Vault loot or anything like that, right? In my opinion, I think a Vault is so... like, it's a good system that you get a piece of loot every week and you have options. But sometimes those options suck every time. Like, for me this season, it was good. I had good Vault loot. Like, I'm not going to lie. My Vault loot was decent. I got, like, all my trinkets and stuff from the Vault. So I can't, like, complain on that end. But then in Dragonflight, my Vault loot was atrocious. And it just feels bad. Especially when it comes to, like, Mythic Plus gear, right? Because Mythic Plus gear, the best Mythic Plus gear you have to get from the Vault. You can't run Mythic Pluses at a super high keystone level and get the best loot. You have to get it from the Vault. Like, if I wanted Skardin's Grace that's actually competitive, I have to get that from the Vault. Otherwise, my Skardin Grace isn't as good as someone who got it from week 1 from the Vault at max eye level. It just feels bad in that respect. Like, at least with at least with raiding, you have the chance to get that item from the mythic raid or whatever. I mean, that's just my thoughts on it, but I feel like they're fairly justified. I don't know, like, free loot, obviously you can't complain, but at the same time you can complain, right? Because sometimes it's just bad. I don't need a chest after I don't need 3 chests in my vault. Which is why I like the idea that they're doing... I don't know where they are with that, because they haven't mentioned it in a week or so, but they were gonna... Sorry, I got something in my throat. What is it? We're gonna bring a system where you could actually buy raid gear. I don't know what they're doing with that right now. It was definitely a thing, and they said they were gonna implement it somewhere else. Where they implement it, great question. We'll see if they just push it under the push it under the fridge and hide that thing, sweep that under the rug. But that's cool. But I'd also like the option of being able to buy Mythic Plus loot, because sometimes your better gear comes from M+, and the only access is the vault. Maybe in the initial weeks it's fine, but when you're in week 12 and you still don't have your best in slot gear, that's not fun. These ads killed us last time. Yeah, this is gonna be bad actually. They just cast, all of them cast. If you get hit by double, you're dead. I'm getting hit by loads right now. I don't know if you can do this pull like this, unless you group everything up and hard CC it. I just got hit by 2 lightning bolts there. You cannot do this pull like this unless you properly group them up. Look how fast they're casting. There's not enough CC in the world to stop that. Anyway, that was a hot take on vaults. I don't usually do hot takes, but some things go above my head. I don't understand why they work like they do. He's still alive in there. I guess I can try slicing winds over. Okay, that was a bad call. I slicing Winston to the next pack. Amazing monk gameplay. And I probably killed my tank. No, that's on him. He pulled it all. I'm not taking blame for that. He pulled the Room of Death. But Babylonius doesn't... not all the information comes from him. Peak of Serenity, they have loads of people that work behind the scenes and compile everything together. So I wouldn't look at it that way. It's just that Babylonius has his name attached to it. And at the end of the day, I'd still trust him on a lot of things. He's played Monk for a long time, but there's a whole team of players that input and stuff on their guides and on anything like that. So I wouldn't think of it like that. There's a lot that goes on in the background, a lot of people that work on their guides, people that play Mythic Plus, people that maybe don't, people that raid more, people that just work on the Sims, you know, there's so many people that work on Peak of Serenity. I glaze Peak of Serenity, but we're very lucky as a spec, even as a class, to have it. I know a lot of other specs don't have it nearly as good as we do. My best example of this is that the Hunter, I don't know if they still do it, but they definitely used to. They paywall their APL and Theorycraft to an extent. I don't know what spec did it, but they genuinely have them behind paywalls, which is just I guess it to an extent. They don't have to do what they do, but it's kind of what do you mean? Oh, I shouldn't have I shouldn't have Storm Earth and fired there. What do you mean enraged? Stop shouting enrage at me. They should make it so with 12 tokens from a vault, you can upgrade a hero piece to myth peaks. I mean, they can do anything with those. Tokens are probably a good idea of how they implement it, right? Tokens are so pointless. Once you've got all your sockets, what am I doing with these tokens? I am not transferring them into, like, what is it, 2k gold? That's just laughable. Right? You do all this Mythic Plus keys, and what do you get? Like, 2k gold per token? Yeah, you're just having a laugh. Who comes up with these numbers? Like, this isn't vanilla. I'm sorry. 2k is not going to cut it, I'll be honest. I'll probably get 2k just from completing the dungeon. You don't, but you get, like, nothing. Golden Wow's so bad, actually. If you're curious about why I'm holding cooldowns here, I'm just trying to hold it for my big, like, massive burst window, so I have Strike of the Windlord up. I'm gonna die. Nope. Strike of the Windlord, everything up, rather than try desync them. I'll just get more value. Oh, gotta move out. Oh, you naughty tank. He got hit and survived. He will never stand in that again, I promise you. Until he does it again, obviously, but... So, yeah, the thing with Heart of the Jade Serpent, I haven't really touched on it, is you're going to have a lot of situations now where you are actually holding cooldowns. Like, I'm not going to go through them all now because it is a... There's a lot of caveats to it, but if you ever, like, see me holding Fists of Fury when it's glowing on 10 stacks, and you're like, why is this guy holding Fists of Fury? You're an idiot, press it. I'm holding it for a very valid reason. Not all the time, sometimes I'm just bad. But, like, I am trying to play with this new priority that I've been, like trying to work with. Like, at the end of the day, even though I, like, write guides and, like, stuff for priority and stuff, I still have to learn it. Like, I don't magically know it. I don't magically know how to play it perfectly. I wish I did. That'd be cool, right? So, like, Fist of Fury, like, Strike of the Windlord, I'm holding it right now for my Fist of Fury. Because you always want to get Fist of Fury in this window. Like, to not get one is trolling. It's not trolling, but you know what I mean. Like, because the amount of cooldown you get off of it, it's more value. So I have Fist of Fury up right now. I am not pressing it for good reason. Because I'm about to have my full combo up. And I need this Fist of Fury in it. Ow, that low-key hurts. And by low-key, I mean really hurts. I'm not going to conduit, though, because he will die during my conduit. But, like, there are, like, things like that where, like... From what I've been reading from the simulation crafting and stuff, there'll be situations where you could hold your Fist of Fury for up to, like, 10 seconds or not. Like 10 seconds, and it's actually more value. So that'll be weird to play around, but... yeah, I'm not going to go fully into it because I don't, like, truly fully understand what the computer says right now. Like, I get the broad concepts, but yeah. Yeah. Why do I have aggro? I haven't hit anything. What? Why did all those nameplates just go red? Oh, yeah, by the way, you've got aggro now. Have fun. Like, I didn't do anything. What do you mean I've aggroed? How? Oh no. I don't know what it does, but it hurts. Yes, you better cocoon me. Hello? I died through cocoon? To what? Void bolt, apparently. Okay, through a cocoon. Yeah, alright. No, tank's dead. Panic. This is kind of scary, actually. I don't think I've done a rookery on a 12. I've definitely done it on a 10, but it is a little bit scary. This definitely looks like the way you pull this pack, though. It would make sense to not pull them like this. I just think having actual, like, crowd control rotation looks like it's going to be super important. Because these things just come out... They're just out of control right now. Oh, we're taking a different approach. I don't mind. If we play it slower, that's fine. As long as we do the dungeon. Thank you for subscribing. Oh my god, 3 subscriptions in a row. Guys, calm down. Calm down. But no, thank you for subscribing, Camouflage, Memphis. And I will say your last name in a sec. I just don't want to die. I'm sorry. Apologize. Let me just not wipe on this pool real quick. Brandy Buck. Great names, by the way. Wow, that was like 3 in a row with like some cool names. I did not pop cooldowns as I died. How was I meant to survive that? I'm 90% sure diffuse magic just came off cooldown at the last second. Otherwise, I would have pressed it. Like what? I just got one shot. I guess better defensive management maybe for these ad packs. I'm being a bit lax. I'll take it all back. Peaks goated. No, honestly, they are goated. I mean, you're allowed to find flaws with things. That's absolutely fine. With anything. You can find flaws with me. People do. Trust me. I've read my YouTube comments. Oh, I love reading my YouTube comments. Usually, the YouTube live chats, actually, you guys are real nice. Nobody says anything that mean. But YouTube comments, people can be ruthless. But yeah, no, it's always good to question stuff. And honestly, sometimes people say stuff and I go, oh yeah, you're right. Like, I'm wrong here. But no, in general, the Peak Serenity is such a good community. And their guides and stuff are amazing. Like, the fact they're even, like, helping me out with my Season 2 one is just, like, wow. Like, you know who I am? Yeah. It's cool. It's cool. I really like them. So diffuse magic doesn't reflect that back, which kind of sucks. I'm in, like, under the impression, just from, like, speaking to other Windwalkers, and just from my own testing, right, that there's not a lot of, like, actual reflections in these dungeons, for Season 2. Kind of lame. Like, diffuse magic on paper is a really cool ability, right? Like, forget the fact that it, like, negates pretty much all the magic damage. That in itself is cool. But the fact that it reflects stuff, that's such a cool idea. It reflects back things, but it doesn't. Like 98%, like 98% of things, it does not reflect back. Yeah. That's the one, like, lame thing about it. Is it, like, it's just like, okay. And there's, like, really no, like, defining thing of what it will or not. Ow, okay, I just die, I guess. Oh, gonna pick me apart then? Oh, no. The other day you mentioned Windwalker being pretty tanky and Dabnell on record saying swishier this tier, so what is it, lol? I get where he's coming from. In general, I think Windwalker's tanky. When I say we're tanky, I mean in respect to other, like, DPS specs, right? Like, we have three proper defenses, right? That you can press on a 1 minute 30 cooldown. Already, that's, like, better than, like, most other specs. Like, genuinely. On top of that, we have Vivify. We actually have a heal. If you've ever played a melee, not even melee, if you've ever played a DPS spec that doesn't have a self-heal, you know the pain of not having one. Especially as Vivify's insta-cast. You get to the point as well where you can cast Vivify in Season 2, and it heals you more than a health pot. I have that on stream somewhere. Now, as well as that, you've got all of these talents that work toward, like, all of these, like, bounce back, stuff like that work towards defense. I think I get where he's coming from, and obviously he's a better punk than me. Like, I'm not even debating that. He is. Where I imagine he's coming from that from is they've kind of, like, they changed how one of the main, well, not main, we had a talent that gave us dodge, right? I want to look at it when I get the talent pages up to get the name right. And honestly, off the top of my head, I don't remember what its effect is. But it gives you dodge. They completely reworked it, so it gives you now, like, physical damage reduction that stacks up to 90% just passively until you next get hit by a physical attack. So here, if I don't do anything, I should get... Oh, where are you? Oh, here. Dance of the Wind. So it's at 9 now. So the next time I get hit by a physical attack, it gets reduced by 90% of the damage it would have done. And then it resets back to 0 and begins stacking again until, you know, you get hit, so on and so forth. Which I don't mind. Like, personally, maybe I don't... maybe I'm out of the loop here, but I think that's kind of cool. It can save you from getting one shot from being an idiot, which is always nice. But maybe overall, it's worse than the dodge chance one. I'd need to have a look at the dodge chance one on what it actually does, because I'm not that familiar with it. Which sounds bad, right? As well as that, though, we have another talent in the Shadow Pan one over here, where the Flight of the Red Crane is. It's the dual node one for defensives. One of them is Whirling Steel, and the other one is something I can't remember the name of. And one of the two of them works off of your dodge percentage. So the fact that we've had like one of our main dodge defensive abilities removed kind of makes one of those nodes null. So you go the other one pretty much, which is like the 50% health one where you gain parry and dodge. I'm pretty sure I'm getting these right. It'd be easier if I was actually on Shadow Pan. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, in terms of tankiness as well, what he probably means as well is like in hot, like he plays top end Mythic Plus, right? I must imagine in a lot of situations, it's so easy for Windwalkers to get one shot outside of defensives and stuff. Like, we have a lot of defensives, but then, like, think about a DK, right? A DK should never die in certain situations that a Windwalker monk should. Like, AMS is insane. Like, we joke in our guild, like the DK tank should, like, not tanks, the DK damage are like, well, you're not dying during this mechanic, because they just, their defensives are like, we have a lot of defensives, their defensives are like, better. Does that make sense? Like, maybe what I meant to say was that I think we have good defensives. I don't know if I think we're tanky, but I think we have good defensives. Comparatively. I don't feel very tanky in this dungeon, let's just say that. This is an absolute mess of a dungeon. No, I just die walking down here, by the way. Like, oh, get me out. Oh, and then I get it. Okay, I guess I stand here. It's been such a scuffed final PTR day. In fairness, though, this is like the hardest pack in the dungeon. These two ads here. I knew that going into it because I've wiped these a bunch. These are not fun. These guys are not fun in any way or form. I'm not really sure how you're meant to deal with them. Because you can't pull one without the other, and they constantly cast. I don't know. Not like however we did it. Oh, you can reflect consecrations in Priory. That's so weird, though. Like, do you know what I mean when I say that's weird? Because consecration, it's not even like a spell that's targeting you. It's a big AoE that they put down on the floor. Like, why? Why is that something you reflect, but you don't reflect other things? Like, you get what I mean with diffuse magic. It's just so inconsistent. Like, you're not targeted with consecrate. So... Oh... I wonder if you'd have to press it when you have the consecrate damage buff on you. Is that probably when you'd have to press it? I guess so. This is the one I talked about, zone denial, and probably the hardest one in this dungeon. Yeah. That is bad. So you can see our zone denial's really bad right now. Really, you want to try put these purple circles at the edge of the room and then play like from one side to the other. And the player that always gets the purple circle that he jumps to you on is the furthest player away from him. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like, yeah. Oh, good. Spooks is pulling the shots for me. Thanks, Spooks. You got me covered. So I'd imagine you would want a ranged our entire group is melee, right? Obviously Mistweaver, so I guess they're technically the furthest person away. But like, this boss is really good if you have like one range that basically plays the mechanic. They stand in each corner each time it comes in, and they just play the zone removal. With the circles, the purple circles that you saw me get multiple times, those bounce between players. I'm not sure if they bounce to the closest person to you. I don't know. I wasn't quite sure. But they definitely bounce between targets, and it seemed to be like the closest people. But yeah, otherwise it's relatively simple. But yeah. You feel squishier this tier in comparison to what? Like Dragonflight? Or as in like Season 2? I'm an idiot. I'm not an idiot. I dodged it. I'm an idiot. I'm not an idiot. I dodged it. Ow. Ow! Okay, I couldn't see the zone under me. Amazing. Sure. I'm not getting tilted. You're getting tilted. You get me. I'm good you get me, Brendan. I appreciate that. Sometimes I don't get me, though. So it's okay if you don't get me. Sometimes I say things and I go, do I even understand what I'm talking about right now? Which is probably not good. Or I'll make a point. I'll yap for like 5 minutes answering a question. I feel like, did I even answer that? Like in my mind I did, but like I'm like, did that actually come out how I wanted it to come out? Like I overthink things, but I yap without thinking. It's like the worst combination of personal traits you can have, because like when I'm not talking, I'm like overthinking everything. But then when I do talk, it feels like the words come out of my mouth before I even think about what I'm saying. It's amazing. You want the opposite of both of those, I think. That's the dream. I got given the worst combination. Oh, I don't know who to blame for that one. I'll just blame myself. To be honest, even the people who get it to work are confused why or when it works. Oh, the consecration. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds. Yeah, no. I agree with the no 5 melee on this. It is, like, don't take that as like gospel. You can 5 melee this, but yeah, it's harder. It's one of those ones that's harder. That's why I was talking about like having range that go in the corner to bait things. Yeah, I mean that just sounds weird, right? I mean, there's loads of things like that. I just wish it was a bit more consistent with diffuse magic, because I really love the ability. That is bad. Like my favorite use of diffuse magic this entire tier. Please tank him over here. I can't hit the boss. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. My favorite use of diffuse magic from this tier has to be on Silken Court. Just being able to reflect it yourself. Because that is one you can actually reflect yourself. Which makes sense. You're targeted by ability, you can reflect it yourself. Makes sense on paper. And you can actually, like, really come in clutch with putting those diffusers, those swarms? Yeah, they're swarms, aren't they? And yes, I know I didn't press Conduit the Celestial at all. I should have pressed it on Pull, but this is, like, I couldn't find the right time. The boss was never on the right time. Just dying to everything. I feel like I've got no damage off on this boss. That is bad. This is so cooked. Oh, no, I'm stood in the stuff. Okay. Oh my god, my brain is fried. Dragonflight. Gosh, what did we have in Dragonflight? We kind of had the same, right? I didn't really utilize Vivify much in Dragonflight. It was only something I really picked up at the start of the War Within to actually utilize Vivify as much as you can. That's something like I highly recommend is Vivify, like learning to use that. It's just so good. Like, imagine a Hellstone on a 10-second cooldown, right? Like, if you had a Hellstone that had a 10-second cooldown, you'd have 100 of them in your bag, right? So yeah, you do. Not right now, this very second, but you like eventually it scales up that it will proc it can crit heal for more than a Hellstone. Like you press it every time. I don't really remember Dragonflight monk talents too well. It feels like a lifetime ago. It's not. It's less than a year, isn't it? The defenses and stuff, we all had the same sort of kit. I don't know what the cooldowns of everything were. I know Fortifying Brew, wasn't that like 2 minutes or more? Fortifying Brew was a long cooldown actually, wasn't it? It was definitely not 1 minute 30. And I hated that. You had to have a priest use their magic juju to reduce your cooldowns. Yeah, I always like Windwalker defensives. Like I go on my Demon Hunter and I like lose my mind. I like genuinely lose my mind because all they have is Nether Walk and Darkness, right? Which are like massive cooldowns. Once they're gone, good luck, buddy. And then Blur, which is 1 minute, which is fine, but it's just 20% reduced. So I guess it's the same concept as a Fortifying Brew. Just the Fortifying Brew is just 30 seconds longer and gives you health. So. Okay, reality has been crushed. So have my dreams. I guess what I'm saying is, I think you'd be over-exaggerating to say that we don't have enough defenses. Oh, panic! But I can definitely see the argument for, at higher keystone levels, we are not, like, tanky. We actually used to... I think what you might think as well with tankiness, actually now we're on the topic of Dragonflight, is that we used to spec into verse crit, right? Like, we used to have so much verse. We would be taking, like, super reduced damage. Nowadays, we have... Okay, well, that was... I just died because of the double damage. Awesome. We used to have so much verse, right? So this would, like, actually help a lot with our health. I used to remember looking at my Fire Act kills and my Sarkrath kills and looking at how much damage people took just naturally. And I'd always be near the bottom just because of, like, natural versatility. So I guess that's a big factor as well in how we might not feel as tanky compared to Dragonflight. Yeah. I think I answered the question. I think that's a good answer as well. I'm nailing this. I'm nailing this answer. Thanks for subscribing, Solar Lee. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. 204 and Dampen Harm. Oh my god, Dampen Harm. I forgot that was a thing. It's funny how quickly you forget that something was a thing, right? Dampen Harm. Yeah, that even used to be part of like our rotation to an extent. It gave us a chi, didn't it? And then they... What did they remove it for? They just made it passive, didn't they? I don't even remember. I don't even know off the top of my head. I know they cooked it into something, but not really. I don't even know what I'm looking for right now. That's the group. 50% with 2 DPS is dead. It's doable. It's yeah, no worries. Yeah, I see this group. I'm surprised like they kept going. I can see them kind of deteriorating slowly. Honestly, I'm sad. I would have liked a good end to the PTR testing. Like, we've had some good days, good dungeon runs. Overall, I think I've learned a lot from these dungeons, and I hope I've helped people learn a lot as well from the PTR testing. I feel like I'm saying farewell, like, forever. I'm not. I'll be streaming next week. Now, Nerub'ar Palace. I will be streaming Nerub'ar Palace next week, but it'll be a bit different to what you know, because it'll be all of the new builds for single target and AoE that I'll be trying out in the raid. So my guild are kind of just doing a kind of like a chill Nerub'ar Palace, seeing how far we can get with all the new builds, because obviously we can't raid Liberation next week, but we can do it in Nerub'ar Palace, test out our new builds. So that'll be fun. So if you're interested in actually seeing that in raid, come check that out. So that'll be cool. So I'll pretty much be playing Celestial Conduit for everything, the brand new one that you see here. Not this build, this is, well, maybe to an extent this build, but yeah, this will definitely be showcase. So it won't just be like Nerub'ar Palace. I've already played that 200 times. It'll be actually showcasing talents and stuff. So it should be a bit fun. You're done, Spooks. That's all right, mate. I'm on the edge of I'm on the edge of breaking as well, to be honest. I mean, I was gonna call this 8 anyway, so it wouldn't be a point starting a new dungeon. But no, today's been fun. I guess I can't have it as clickbait to say final thoughts without putting in some final thoughts, right? That's kind of a bit, that's bad. We don't do that here. We're accurate. We're accurate with our thumbnails. Final thoughts on Windwalker for Season 2 as it currently stands. I'm going with the assumption that we're not getting any more tuning. Obviously, it can change. Realistically, right? We're going to be good, but not like Messer. And that's fine. You don't have to be Messer. Like, I don't think Windwalker can ever be Messer. And in a world where we are Messer, it's like, I don't know what they'd have to do to do it, but I think, I don't know, there's something that's holding us back. I can't put my finger on it, and it's not target capping. Anyone that like thinks target capping, it's not, because the best argument against that is enhancement shamans have the same restrictions we do, and look at them, they soar to the moon, dude. I don't know, there's something that holds us back. I think it's something about our AoE just it can't reach the potential of other classes, and that's fine. I think in M+ we'll do fine. You'll be easily getting your weekly 12s. I think that will be the cap, right? Weekly 12 if you want your vaults and stuff. People aren't inviting you to groups. Send them horrible messages. Don't, but, you know, like, they deserve it because it's a 12. It's like a joke. I don't know where I'm going with this. I think the main thing I wanted to say in terms of, like, specs and stuff is please try them out. Like, week 1 is where you should be testing things for yourself. Like, you might have watched me and you get some ideas of what's good, but, like, you don't know, like, until you actually play something. It's like, I can watch videos online, right, of how this person plays a Demon Hunter. Until I'm playing it on that boss fight or in that dungeon, it's like, you can only learn so much until you get a feel for it. That's what week 1 should be. You should try out all these builds, see what you like. Maybe you really like the Lightning and the Slicing Winds one, the Conduit, the Celestials. And that's fine, because you only lose a bit of stuff in the middle. Maybe you don't mind that too much, and you actually just enjoy having these 2 big abilities that do massive damage. I personally don't. I don't like it, but it doesn't mean they're bad builds. And that's what's the coolest thing about Windwalker at the moment, is that all the builds are somewhat viable. One will always come out on top, right? It's just how the game works. But right now, just try it all, please. Like, he says desperately. Like, honestly, like, Windwalker, I feel like we're always set to have one build for every tier. Like, I feel like this is the first tier where we actually have tons of builds you can try. So if you can, just try them all. See what you like, see what sticks. Because on paper, Shadowpan and Conduit the Celestial are pretty much on par with each other in dungeons. You can get a better log on Shadowpan. Sometimes you get a better log on Conduit. Running the exact same keystone plus whatever. Because they're both really good. In Raid, it might be more Conduit orientated. So I would spend a bit of time trying to get your head around that. But there still might be some fights that Shadowpan are decent for. It's just Conduit is just really good at burst and single target. It's just, yeah. It has a lot going for it. So I guess those are the final thoughts. Don't worry too much about BIS lists and stuff. Like, you'll get gear as it comes. But generally speaking, you know, there are better trinkets and better rings. But as you level up, it is what it is. And 2-handers. I would recommend getting a 2-hander. It's good. If you can get one early. If you can get the Arakara one. The one from the last boss at 639, get it. But if you're not too bothered, then don't, like, stress over it. Yeah. Are those good final thoughts? On it, Windwalker good, right? I'm always positive about Windwalker, but I don't want to mislead people that have never played it and say, like, this is going to be the best spec in the game, because it won't, right? Like, the best whatever spec will be better than the best Windwalker, but it doesn't mean you can't be better than other players at Windwalker. The game's just about us having fun, as it isn't. Like, I push high mythic raiding and stuff, and I still have fun. Like, that to me is fun. Everybody has different versions of fun, right? So that's my version of fun. But I also enjoy playing Mythic Plus. I enjoy streaming as well. That's new. I didn't. Yeah. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm absolutely yapping off the top of my head. Do you have any recommendations for gearing on the 25th? Didn't play season 1. No, like, I didn't see, because I leveled all my characters over the past couple of weeks to get them to where they need to be. I'm not too sure what's coming out at this, like, the 25th. So I'm more focused right now on, like, how to play Windwalker on the 25th, right? I think it's just heroics and stuff. Delves. I think you might have to be doing delves, but I'm just not sure what the lowest gear level is for all of these things. I might have an image, actually. Hold on. I might actually be helpful here. In my Discord server, by the way. Product placement. Discord placement. So I have a... So it looks like for bountiful delves, right? If you do tier... But these are bountiful delves. This is the issue. This is the only image I really have that showcases things. And it's bountiful delves. If you do like a +8 bountiful delve, you get 639 as like your loot from it. And anything lower like scales down. But those are bountiful. I'm not sure what baseline delves do. I'm not sure what baseline heroic is. I just haven't looked into it. If I do, what I can do is I can try look into stuff like that before the 25th, and I'll maybe like try post it in the Discord and stuff. Just anything general like that might be helpful. But you might be better off maybe even just going to Peak of Serenity and asking like if there's any catch-up mechanics, because they'll know. There's tons of people in there that know stuff. I think it might just be the same way that you're doing it now, though. Like, Siren, you're going to want to go on Siren Isle. The one thing I can definitely say for sure is you need this ring. You need Circe's Circlet. Currently, right now, you're taking this all the way till max eye level. They'll probably nerf it, but as it stands now, this is your best on-slot ring. No questions asked. And that's an 11.0.7 thing. So if you're just getting back into the game, you need to go to the Siren Isle, which you can get via... doing the storyline, going up to this building over here, talking to some dude with a purple triangle, and then flying off to an island, and then spending your life there until you get this ring in all its sockets. It's really fun there, he says. It is not. It is. No, it is. It's not though. But yeah, I'm not sure on item level and stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't answer your question more. So I probably should know that, but I was never planning on leveling up during that week, so I didn't really have to. I caught up to 610 eye level, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, no, I think like leveling up and stuff's like actually chill for gearing and stuff right now. Like it's in a good spot. Like I've leveled up 2 characters over like a month or so. Like once you start getting semi-decent gear, you just do normal runs, heroic runs. Like you'll still be able to do normal pug runs, LFR, heroic. You'll still be able to do those during the new season. And they'll still drop the same eye level. So you'll still be able to do that next week. That's for certain. And that eye level shouldn't change. It's just dungeons. I'm not sure what they're getting scaled to, and I don't think there's M0s, so it might just be heroic. And like knowing Blizzard, it'll be something awful. It'll be like, come get your 584 heroic loot from this brand new patch, and you just be like, oh, well, that's absolutely pointless to me. But thank you, Blizzard, I appreciate it. So yeah, I feel like next week is actually might be the worst week to try level up. Just I don't know. I don't know what the gear's like from the story. I don't know. But there's a lot less options for gearing up. Like right now, I could spam Mythic Plus for the next 5 days, and I'll probably be a really good item level. You don't have that option next week. You can spam Heroics, I guess. I just don't know what it gives. Bit of a blab for an answer that is, I'm not too sure. Good luck. But I'll try find out, and I'll post something on the Discord. And I actually will. I do remember things like that. So if you join, you... well, or you might find another source. But yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate you all tuning into this last PTR stream. I'm sorry it wasn't as clean as I would have liked. I would have liked to get some good dungeons done, but it is what it is. It's World of Warcraft, baby. It's what we love. Next stream will be Wednesday. Wednesday or Thursday next week. Yeah. I'm not streaming for the rest of the week, even though there's PTR, because I just want to get head down, get this guide done, and get it cracked out so it's ready during that first week. Before everybody starts absolutely getting involved. And yeah, but the raid one will be cool. Yeah, look out for those things. If you have any questions otherwise, always feel free to ask in the Discord and stuff. I've got a whole bunch of resources in there as well that I try to fill out and stuff. Maybe not in like the past couple of days, but like in the past like weeks and stuff, I've tried to make a whole bunch of resource stuff. Some more useful than others, but you know, it is what it is. And then you can always ask questions and stuff. Got a bunch of players in there that are helpful. Hi, Mum. Bye, Mum. Thank you. I think you tuned in at the right time, wrong time, Cameron. It tunes in. He's signing off. Rip. Thank you, Spooks, for playing with me for that one dungeon. I know it was a bit painful, but I appreciate that anyway, if you're still watching. Sounds good. Joined Disc, main brew for the longest time, but gonna switch to Windwalker for a bit. Your video's been helpful. I appreciate that. And you can also help in the Brewmaster questions and answers. Because I've made these question and answers for Mistweaver and Brewmaster, and I'm like, oh my god, but what if someone actually asked me a question in there? I have no idea. Luckily in the Mistweaver one, some people actually play the spec, and they're useful. But not many Brewmaster questions have been asked just yet, so hopefully some people more knowledgeable than me. I mean, that's the idea of the Discord getting, is not just me answering everything, because some people know other things. That's just how it is. Anyway, yeah, I've yapped this ending way too long. But hopefully that gives you an idea for Windwalker. If you're on the fence about it, just give it a go. Honestly, just try it. It's well fun. it's well fun. That's my selling point for it. Yeah, play it because it's well fun. No, it's tons of viability, loads of different options, super cool Kung Fu Panda. Play it. All right, thank you guys, and I'll see you next week. Bye-bye. Super cool Kung Fu Panda.